here already. O pessoal tá acordando. Essa é a primeira do dia. So you guys are just waking up. She's the first one in the morning.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning. Good morning. Well, I guess welcome back. It's been over a year since you've gotten to compete. I guess how does it feel to be back on a fight week?
Bom dia. Faz basicamente um ano que a gente não vê você competindo. Como é que é voltar a uma semana de luta?
Nossa, estou muito feliz de estar de volta. Estou muito empolgada para estar de volta aqui no UFC. Foram momentos difíceis que eu passei por conta da cirurgia, por conta do afastamento, mas tenho certeza que agora eu voltei muito melhor do que eu estava e mais pronta, mais preparada e com muita vontade de estar aqui de volta, de mostrar o meu melhor, de mostrar o que eu vim evoluindo nesse período.
Well, I mean, I'm so happy, so excited to be back. Of course, it's been a year. There was with the surgery and the medical leave that comes after that, but I'm happy to be back and be able to show how much I was able to evolve. That I took that time to actually become better and to become a better fighter, and that's just very happy to have that opportunity to show how much I've evolved that time.
What can you share about your medical situation? What did you have to go through and force you out this long?
O que você pode compartilhar com a gente sobre o que aconteceu com a situação médica? O que você passou? Exatamente o que aconteceu, se você pode?
Eu acredito que para nenhum atleta de alto rendimento é um momento fácil você passar por uma cirurgia, ficar afastado das suas atividades, que é o que você faz todos os dias, de estar treinando, de estar vivendo todo o processo de treinos. Então, esse período afastado para mim foi um pouco difícil, porque eu gosto muito de estar no tatame, de treinar, de cada dia evoluir mais. Então, acho que esse momento que você tira o atleta do alto rendimento é muito difícil, mas eu consegui trabalhar bem a minha cabeça, consegui passar por esse período e hoje eu estou muito mais forte, principalmente mentalmente, do que antes em relação a isso. Então, acho que hoje eu sou um atleta muito melhor por ter passado por isso. Acho que talvez precisava passar por isso para poder me tornar muito melhor do que eu era antes.
Anytime you have a high performance athlete that's removed from the daily routine of training, of being there on the mat frequently, just getting better physically, it's always challenging. It's always tough to actually be removed from that and not being able to do what you do for a living. But it does teach you lessons, and it teaches you, especially on the mental side. I do feel that I had to get stronger and prepare myself mentally, and I feel more ready than I've ever been, especially on the mental side. That's what you need to do when you're removed and you're not able to do it. So I took the time to actually become a better fighter and a person mentally, mostly.
Very nice. All right, so you were ready to get back, I'm sure, excited to fight again. You got the matchup with Ariane Lipski. What did you think when that was the name that was given to you?
E você, obviamente, está pronta, parece que está feliz, está empolgada de estar aqui e acabou casando com a Ariane Lipski. Então, o que você pode falar para a gente sobre esse casamento?
Eu estou muito feliz pela oportunidade que o UFC tem me dado de estar aqui de volta. E eu acredito que ela é uma oponente muito dura, Ela já passou por várias situações dentro do octógono. Acredito que nada vai ser uma surpresa para ela. Ela acho que até vai ser a 10ª luta dela no UFC, se eu não me engano. Então, eu estou preparada para tudo, para ela. Respeito muito a trocação dela, que é uma trocação muito forte. Ela também é do Paraná, né, de onde eu também fui criada. Então, acho que vai ser uma luta muito empolgante, principalmente para os fãs brasileiros.
I mean, when the UFC called, obviously happy to get the call and to be able to be matched with her. She is a tough opponent. I understand she's an experienced opponent. I think she's got 10 fights in the UFC. I do respect her a lot on the striking, which is her forte. I do feel that it's going to be a good matchup also because of the fact that she is from the same state as I am, our state, and it's going to be important for a lot of us, especially the Brazilian fans.
I was going to ask, you fought your fair share of Brazilians in your career. There used to be a thing where like Brazilians hated fighting Brazilians. Do you hate fighting Brazilians and or you kind of enjoy it?
Você já lutou contra algumas brasileiras no teu caminho, na tua carreira. Teve uma época que você falava, pô, as brasileiras não gostam, as brasileiras e os brasileiros não gostam de ficar se enfrentando. Mas é um momento que chegou agora já, basicamente, ver o que vai acontecer. Como é que você vê esse negócio de enfrentar brasileiro no caminho?
Eu acredito que é uma coisa que não tem como evitar, é inevitável, né? Então, o que o UFC mandar pra gente, a gente vai aceitar e vai lutar e vai fazer um maior show, com certeza.
I think that's something you can't avoid. It's inevitable. I mean, whatever comes in your way, whatever the UFC sends our way, we're going to take it and we're going to make the best show out of it.
I guess last thing for me, you know, a year away, I got to think maybe you want to make up for lost time, but a big win here. Like, what's the plan moving forward?
Minha última pergunta você ano sem competir, está voltando agora, imagino que você quer compensar pelo tempo perdido, então uma vitória aqui e como é que é teu ano?
Então, acredito que eu não estou me sentindo pressionada, porque eu fiquei 3 anos antes de estrear no UFC parada, então 1 ano não é nada perto de 3 anos. Então, acredito que eu estou bem preparada, estou fisicamente muito bem, mentalmente muito bem, e eu quero só ir lá no sábado mostrar meu trabalho, colocar tudo em prática o que eu treinei. E eu vejo um ano muito bom, quero fazer ainda mais 2 lutas esse ano, e se Deus quiser, pegar uma top 15 e já entrar em 2024 com o top 15.
I'm not feeling the pressure. I mean, what is a year off for somebody that actually had to be 3 years away before even starting with the UFC? So, I mean, I'm not feeling the pressure internally to perform, but obviously something like this, I'd like to fight again and with no pressure, but just wanting to be more active and hopefully get someone in the top 15 so you can start 2024 being in the top 15.
Just one for me. You are from the same state, and I believe your cities aren't that far, but is there a nice playful rivalry between the 2 Brazilian cities in the terms of who wants to beat who? I mean, will it be extra special for you to be able to beat where she's from? And do your towns have a point of pride where they pride themselves beating Brazilians from other cities nearby?
Bem, você e ela são do mesmo estado, de cidades diferentes, se não me engano. Existe algum tipo de rivalidade entre a cidade de vocês? Ou você poderia comentar se existe algo em termos de orgulho de uma ganhar da outra nesse sentido?
Não, acredito que não. Várias vezes eu já fui para Curitiba, onde ela treinava também para fazer camps. Inclusive era para a gente ter feito um treino junto e acabou que não deu certo. Mas não existe nenhuma rivalidade. Mas acredito que vai ser uma luta que vai empolgar muito os fãs brasileiros e eles vão estar muito atentos à tela para tentar, para a torcida, para assistir.
De onde que você é? Qual cidade?
Então, eu sou de Toledo, no Paraná. Mas eu não nasci lá, né? Eu nasci em Campinas, São Paulo.
Actually, Curitiba, this is my city, so it's I go there all the time for training. I actually had a training session scheduled with her, but it never came to fruition. I mean, not that big of a deal. I'm from the country, and she's from the city. There's no qualms out there, but I think it's actually just going to be better for the fans. I think people are going to be excited with the fight itself. It's always something cool when the 2 fight each other.
And is she something that you got to see coming up in the regional scene? Is this something that you thought that you would fight at one point? Are you surprised that fight is happening first here in the UFC?
Ela é alguém cuja carreira você tinha acompanhado antes, talvez em caráter regional. Você viu ela no Brasil lutando, você viu a carreira dela até chegar aqui e acaba se surpreendendo de repente. Poxa, a gente acaba se enfrentando, mas só no UFC?
Sim, com certeza. Eu acompanhei a carreira dela. Ela até acho que começou a lutar profissional antes mesmo que eu. E acompanhei a carreira dela em Curitiba, acompanhei a carreira dela no evento polonês que ela lutou. E desde então eu pensava, talvez a gente pode se encontrar um dia, né? E aconteceu de se encontrar no UFC. E Que bom que foi aqui. Podemos fazer uma grande luta e dar um espetáculo dentro do UFC.
Of course, I followed her career. Actually, she became a pro before me. So she got professional fights. I remember following her when she was actually fighting back in Curitiba in Brazil, and also in the Polish event where she fought. And I always thought, eventually, I think we might meet. And hey, there it is. And I'm very happy it's going to be in the UFC, right?
Awesome. Last question. I know you've probably seen this fight play out in your head. What things need to happen for you on fight night to make sure that you get your arm raised?
E a minha última pergunta, imagino que você já visualizou essa luta na tua cabeça algumas vezes. O que você acha que você precisa fazer para ter o teu braço levantado sábado?
Eu acredito que eu preciso controlar a distância, manter ela ali, cuidar com o Muay Thai dela, que é um Muay Thai muito afiado, mas é trabalhar o que eu tenho de melhor, que é o meu grappling, com certeza, e tentar buscar a finalização.
I have to work a lot on managing the distance, have to watch out for Muay Thai, because kickboxing is really sharp, and trying, obviously, to work on my grappling for sure, and try to finish her and submit her.
Who gets the blame for the black eye?
E de quem que é a culpa desse olho aí?
Um pouco de cada.
Shared blame. Shared blame.
Mas isso é bom. Melhor no treino do que na luta.
Better. I mean, it's better to actually get like that in sparring than during the fight, right?
I guess it's been a bit of time since we've had a chance to see you compete. I guess kind of what's been going on in the time off and your focus during that time away.
Что-то много времени прошло с тех пор, как мы тебя последний раз видели. Расскажи, что происходило, где ты был, чем занимался и вообще.
Был в Москве, тренировался. Я много не отдыхаю, поэтому мы ждали контракта, мы ждали боя и все это время тренировались. В принципе, я готов и хочу чаще драться, не 2 раза в год, а почаще, но, к сожалению, пока только так.
I was pretty much in Moscow the entire time training. I was just waiting for a contract to come through for the next fight. I don't usually take too much breaks. I was training the entire time, and I'd really love to fight more than twice a year. It just seems as though I haven't been able to get more fights, but I'm active, I'm ready, and I would love to fight more often.
I was going to ask, what were the challenges? Was it just simply getting offers, or were there like travels or injuries, or like what was the challenge in getting a fight?
А в чем причина, почему так долго не было боя? Это из-за визы или потому что какие-то у тебя были проблемы со здоровьем? Почему так долго?
Ну, была небольшая травма, мне, в принципе, предлагали бой, небольшая травма была, я ее вылечил и сказал, что я готов. С визой, слава богу, никаких сейчас проблем нету, все в порядке. Видимо, дивизион полный, и я думаю, после этого боя, после победы над Кевином Ли, бои начнут чаще давать.
Yeah, there was a small injury, but I took care of it pretty fast. There was an offer, and I didn't take it because of an injury. But then there's no problems with the visa or traveling, none of that. It's just that it seems as though the division is full at the moment, and it's sometimes hard to find a place to find an opponent. But I think this time, after my win over Kevin Lee, they'll see that I'm ready to fight more often. They'll give me a new opponent soon.
I like it. So Kevin Lee, an interesting matchup, right? Coming back to the organization, but has a big name. I guess, what did you think when that was the opponent they gave to you?
У него большое имя, у Кевина Ли. Интересно, как так получилось. Его долго не было в этой организации, потом он вернулся. Когда ты услышал, что тебе предлагают Кевина Ли, какие у тебя были мысли?
Первая мысль была, что это пранк. Я думал, что сейчас мне напишут сообщение, что не-не, Ринат, шутка, на тебе вот другого. Я обрадовался, я сразу сказал, подпишите контракт, и я готов, давайте сделаем это, потому что это громкое имя, он претендент на пояс, это медийный боец, сильный боец, и я обрадовался, когда мне его дали.
The first thought I had was, is this a prank? No way. Kevin Lee, they're gonna call me and they're gonna be like, no, you get a different opponent. But then I realized it was for real, and I really was happy about it. I mean, he's got a big name. He's a former title challenger. He's got a lot of media following. He's an important fighter. So I was really happy to fight with him, and I'm excited to stand and bang with him.
Nice. What do you think about his skill set as a fighter, right? Like you said, he's got name recognition, but he's had some losses, but still kind of a young guy. I guess, what do you think of him as a fighter?
Что ты думаешь о нем как о бойце? У него все-таки есть пару поражений, и, в принципе, он достаточно молодой боец, у него хороший скиллсет, но и были поражения. Вообще, что ты думаешь о нем как о бойце?
Ну, знаете, в ММА вот есть у нас чемпионы, у которых много там по несколько поражений, но они являются обладателями поясов, поэтому поражение это ничего такого в этом нету. Поэтому поражение не делают из него плохого бойца, он хороший боец. Все будет зависеть, на самом деле, все зависит от подготовки. В какой форме, с каким настроем он подошел на этот бой, вот и все. Это самое важное, вот и все.
I'm not worried about the fact that his record has losses. We have many champions in the different parts of MMA that has had losses before. So I'm not thinking that because he has losses, he's a weaker fighter or a worse fighter. I think that he's a strong fighter. It all depends on his preparation, how much time he spent preparing, how seriously did he take this fight, and is he going to come out, what kind of Kevin Lee is going to come out. So I don't think losses is a problem.
A win here, as you said, would be a big one. I'm curious how you see your career path. I mean, do you feel like you should be getting ranked opponents right away? You do have an amazing career record. Do you feel like you should be treated as a contender right away?
Победа над ним, что ты думаешь сделает для твоей карьеры? Как ты сказал, у него достаточно большое имя. После того, как ты его победишь, тебе кажется, что ты сразу должен будешь сражаться с бойцами в пятерочке, в десяточке. Что сделает победа это для твоей карьеры?
Ну, мне кажется, это будет зависеть от того, какая это будет победа. Решением, нокаутом или так далее. Но я думаю, эта победа как минимум меня поднимет там в двадцатку, и я буду драться, может быть, буду просить в случае победы, может, боя в Абу-Даби, и может дадут соперника из топ-15, но хотя бы это должно быть топ-20, я считаю. В этом году я хочу залететь в топ-15.
I think it really depends on what kind of win it's going to be, if it's going to be a submission, if it's going to be a knockout, if it's going to be a quick one. But I think that at least I'm going to be put in the top 20 after this win. And I'm going to ask for a fight in Abu Dhabi. And hopefully in Abu Dhabi, I'll be able to fight somebody in the top 15. So my goal this year is to be in top 15.
Nice. Last thing for me, given that goal, I mean, you have this history of finishes before you came to the UFC, a couple of decisions in the UFC. How important is it for you to get a finish and to make a statement in this fight?
До того, как ты попал в UFC, у тебя очень много финишей, а здесь в UFC у тебя практически все длинные бои. Насколько для тебя важно наконец-то получить финиш в UFC?
Смотрите, самое главное для нас это победа, неважно какая, нам главное победить. Понимаете, в Америке американским бойцам в UFC попасть easy, это легко, а с России попасть в UFC люди у нас с детства, которые ходят в зал, они мечтают об этом. То есть для нас UFC это мечта, и для там 99% она не сбывшаяся мечта, и она не сбудется никогда, да, поэтому вот этот 1%, поэтому российские бойцы иногда чуть-чуть аккуратничают, не из-за того, что там что-то, а это ты всю жизнь об этом мечтал, ты в UFC, поэтому для нас важен результат. И, к сожалению, из-за этого результата мы чуть-чуть аккуратничаем, потому что это всю жизнь мы мечтали об этом. Мы здесь, и для нас результат очень важен.
The most important for us, for the team, is the victory. You know, it doesn't matter how it comes, but the victory is the most important. You see, you have to understand one thing. For Americans, it's very easy to get to the UFC, but for us from Russia, it's much different. It's a dream that a lot of times is just a pipe dream. You might never get into the UFC. You might be a 1%er that gets in the UFC. So sometimes, because of that, I'm not saying everybody, but some of the Russian fighters, once they get to the UFC, they're a little bit cautious because it's very important to kind of get here and stay here. And you don't want to showboat and get out of it really quick. So it's that dream that a lot of people will never get. So once you're here, the most important thing is the result. It's not the fact how you do it, it's the fact that you're able to stay here.
Дайте нам немножко времени, мы еще даже наполовину не раскрылись, мы еще себя покажем.
Give us a little time. We haven't even showed half of our skill set. We'll show who we are soon.
Hey, Rinat. In 2020, you vacated your title because you didn't want to fight any of your Muslim brothers. I was just wondering if you feel the same way today.
В 2020-м ты освободил свой титул, потому что ты не хотел биться против своих мусульманских братьев. Я хотел узнать сейчас, у тебя такие же мысли по этому поводу?
Да, такие же мысли, просто сейчас у меня не было уже никакого варианта, нам поставили условия либо так, либо никак, поэтому нам пришлось принять этот бой. Контрактное обязательство. В России я, на самом деле, еще будучи чемпионом, я мог выбирать, с этим буду драться, давайте мне другого, как бы я мог еще что-то как-то влиять на организацию. А здесь я, к сожалению, никак не повлияю. Выйдем, подеремся, пожмем руки, обнимемся. У нас с Ли хорошие отношения, поэтому, к сожалению, пока так.
Yeah, I still feel the same way. Unfortunately, here in the organization, I didn't have a choice. It was either this fight or nothing, so I had to sign the contract and I had to do the fight. In Russia, when I was a champion, I was actually able to still choose who I want to fight with. I want to fight with this guy. I don't want to fight with that guy. Here, I don't have this choice, so it is what it is. We're gonna fight. We're gonna duke it out in the octagon, and then we're gonna shake our hands. We have a good relationship with Kevin Lee, so I have nothing against him. It's just a fight.
Я не знал, что вы знаете такие подробности моей карьеры.
I have to say, I didn't know that you knew stuff like that about my career. How do you know that?
I just did a little research. Thank you.
Немного поискал в истории.
Just one question that's a little bit off topic, I suppose. I know you talked about how it's difficult for some fighters sometimes to get visas to come fight, but also I was wondering when you were able to get to America, because I know recently there were some issues happening in Moscow with the Wagner group marching towards Moscow, and I wonder if that affected any way your preparation for this or maybe your mood going into this fight week.
Чуть-чуть не по теме вопрос насчет того, что ты говорил, что иногда русским бойцам сложно получить визу, чтобы попасть в Америку. Вот в эти вот события, которые недавно произошли, с тем, что группа Вагнера шла на Москву, каким-то образом это тебе повлияло на твою тренировку, на твою подготовку, на твой выезд и так далее? Вообще вот эти события, которые сейчас происходят, как на тебя влияют?
Нет, слава богу, нет, потому что мы уже были здесь. В тот раз, когда мы приехали, я был в Майами, началась спецоперация. В этот раз, когда мы приехали, началась вот эта вот смута. Поэтому я боюсь уже теперь приезжать в Америку. Когда я приезжаю в Америку, в России что-то происходит.
Yeah, actually, I was already here, so it didn't affect me. I mean, every time something happens, last time I was in Miami and the special operation started, and then this time, this march started. So now I'm worried about coming back to the States because every time I come to the States, something happens back home.
Thank you. Best of luck on Saturday.
Thank you. All good? All set.
Thank you.
here we are as part of a UFC headliner main event. I guess what's the feeling like for you ahead of this fight?
У тебя главное событие в UFC. Какие чувства ты испытываешь перед этим?
Yeah, I feel great. I'm happy about the decision, and Saturday night just to show.
Certainly you have a lot of experience, but people I don't think were expecting you to be in a UFC main event already. What did you think when they first approached you about this opportunity?
I can understand the guys who think like you said, but after the fight they all will like be quick, be quiet.
You've been building to this for a long time in your career, but the last 3 years or so it's been tough to get fights and stay busy. What has this time been like for you?
This was really, for everyone fighter, it's really hard to stay always in shape. If the fight always cancelled, you are just in preparation. But I know in the end I will get my chance, and now it's a day. Yeah.
Was there ever a moment that you lost faith or lost trust that this was going to happen? You thought maybe my dream isn't going to happen?
Of course, I think, but my family, my friends who are around me, they always push me. They say, "Hey, let's go, keep going. One day you will get your chance." Yeah.
Very nice. You get the matchup with Sean Strickland. What do you think of him as a fighter, as an opponent? What he brings to?
Yeah, he's tough guy, tough opponent. He's he have a lot of experience with 5 rounds fights. He fought already against really tough guys. But Saturday night, it will be my night.
Does this moment feel any different for you? I mean, you fought around the world, but it is, a UFC main event. Is there a little different feel to it at all?
There is a little bit pressure maybe, UFC believe in you, give you big shows, and it's for me, that's push me, motivate me to, and this was my goal, to get main event, to get chance to become someday champion.
It's a unique position, right? Because you're unranked. He's number 7. You beat him. Do you feel like that makes you number 7, number 6? I mean, do you feel like you're a top 7 fighter in the UFC if you beat Sean Strickland?
I hope. I will, after the fight, I will get top 10, maybe not 7, but in the 10, I hope. Yeah, we will see.
Nice. Last thing for me, a win here would be very big in your career. What do you see as next? Do you have to fight more frequently? Do you call out people and challenge them? What's the next move?
I'm not a guy who talk about the future. We have now big fight. After the fight, we will sit here and then I can answer you,
I believe this is your first professional fight in Las Vegas. What's the fight week been for you, and does it make you any more excited knowing you're fighting in Vegas?
In the Vegas, the first time that I will fight, it was always my goal to fight in Vegas because all the big fights is here in Vegas, and finally I get my chance. Yes, I'm happy.
And there have been a couple guys on the roster that see that this is only your second UFC fight, and they're like, "What? Why does he get that?" What's your reaction to that, and what do you make of that?
Really, I don't care about the guys who say something or think something. After this fight, they will be, like I said, quiet. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Abus,
Yes.
considering it has been 9 months since your UFC debut, how has that extra time benefited you in preparing for this ranked fight against Strickland?
Прошло 9 месяцев с твоего дебюта в UFC. Как эти 9 месяцев помогли тебе подготовиться к такому бойцу, как Шон Стрикленд?
I was in preparation for March. I had a fight, and the fight was cancelled. After they give me against some fight in May, then their fight was also cancelled. But I was, like I said, always in the preparation. we have good team. I have good team around me who take care of me. You know that, and the preparation was really hard. We train like for 10 rounds, not for 5, and I'm ready to die in the cage. I'm there to smash this guy.
Additionally, you've been a coach in the fighter's corner for a little bit of time now. How has that deepened your understanding and bettered you as a fighter?
Ты также работал как тренер, очень много у тебя учеников, и ты с ними выходишь как тренер. Насколько это помогло тебе понимать, что такое быть в бою? И как бы...
Not really. I'm not really coach. I just support the guys in the corner. That's it. I never train some guys or something like this. They ask me that just for the cornerman, you know, that they feel a little bit maybe better or something like this. But I never was coaching someone.
You talked about smashing Strickland. What is your prediction going into Saturday?
The prediction, I can't tell you the prediction, but my goal is always to finish the fight so early as possible, to get KO. This is my goal, and I will try this Saturday the same.
Awesome, thank you.
You mentioned already once you talked about Sean as an opponent, but I'm wondering, what do you think of him as a person? Because he is a little bit controversial sometimes, a little wild. I'm just curious if you have thought about that at all.
If I can say in one word, it's crazy guy. Yeah.
so she looks better shooter than I am. Grab me a chicken one. It's like that, Grant.
Sorry, we were out of position and not ready.
Come on, guys, get it together.
Now we're good? All right, now we're good. All right, great. Co-main event, a couple of ranked fighters. I mean, it seems like a big opponent, a big moment. Does it feel like a big fight for you?
Yeah, man, it definitely feels like a really big fight. It's a step up in competition, but this is what I wanted. I wanted to show the UFC that you can put me in a co-main event spot against a guy that I'm an underdog against, and I can still perform. My last co-main event spot was against Ricky Glenn. We all know what happened in that fight, and it was a great blessing for me, but it's time for me to prove that the move to ATT was the best move I could make, and I am ready for this.
I love it. You know, a couple of big wins, but 8 months or so between fights. Is that
9?
9. There you go. I mean, looking like that wasn't planned, maybe.
Yeah, so I fought November 5th. I got married November 20th, and I asked for a fight November 21st. And it was just one of those, situations. We got offered Damir, and then we said yes, and then they offered Tony instead. And I was like, yeah, way easier fight, way bigger name. Yeah, give me that guy. And then that fight ended up falling through, and so now it's back to Damir.
Nice. Has that been difficult for you then at all, knowing that you were ready to fight November 21st? You've had to wait till this. Has it been challenging to stay focused, to stay ready?
Yeah, not to stay focused and to stay ready. I do this because I absolutely love it. I absolutely love this more than anything. So I'm just training and getting ready to go. It's more so I just want to show people how much better I'm getting. And I'm not old by any means, but every year that goes by, I do get older, and so you can't do this forever. I want to get that belt before I end this career. That is the #1 goal, is to become a world champion. And this is what I tell people. Like, I am here to be a world champion, or everything that I've done up to this point will have been a waste of my time. And I keep that mentality. I am here to be a champion, and that's it. So it's a little frustrating when you have that much time in between fights, just because I felt like coming off the Madsen fight, I had all this hype and this momentum, and people were talking about me, and then I disappeared for 9 months, and now they kind of forgot about me.
So for a lot of fighters, we hear like it's kind of hard for them to focus or dial in, like until they have a name on the contract, until they have a date. It sounds like you don't suffer from that.
Those guys are crazy. I don't understand. We are fist fighting people. How do you not focus on this 24/7? We are fist fighting people. Like, and not to mention, training is so much fun. If you don't enjoy training, dude, just stop fighting, because you're going to be 90% training. If you want to be good, 90% training, 5% cutting, and then 5% fighting. So, like, if you don't like training, man, get out of here. I love training. I absolutely love training.
That's awesome. All right, knowing the expectations that you have for yourself, I'm curious how you view things, because your career as of late, especially this penchant for like late finishes, and some people might say, well, I mean, it's taking them so long to get things done, but it seems like that's kind of a character strength, that you can go deep and that you can pull out those results late in fights. So how do you look at it? Are you like, man, I wish I was getting these first round finishes, or do you see it as like, man, look at what I can do late in fights?
I wish I could finish every fight in the first 10 seconds. That would be absolutely great. However, I do think that it shows that I can push a pace, and I think one of the things is they stay safe for the first 2 rounds, and then by the 3rd round, they're so tired from fighting me off the whole time that I end up getting the finish. I am coming in with the mindset that I want to finish, but I do not think I will finish Damir. I think this is going to be a 3-round fight. I think this is going to be a very, very competitive fight, and I am ready for that. Co-main event spot, I am ready for a very, very tough fight.
I respect that. I was going to ask you kind of what you think about it, because you mentioned a step up in competition. You mentioned being an underdog. It sounds like you have a lot of respect for him. What do you think of him as a fighter?
Fantastic fighter, absolutely fantastic. He's beat a lot of really good guys, a lot of really, really good guys. But again, this is what I wanted. I wanted somebody that once I beat him, people are going to say, okay, let's give Grant top 5, maybe top 10. Let's give him somebody that if he wins, he gets a title shot. That's the goal.
That's awesome. Awesome. Last thing here, I was going to kind of ask you, knowing that your mission is, you know, world title or bust, I mean, a win here, like you said, top 5, top 10. I mean, do you feel like you deserve that? Do you call people out? Do you say, how does it work from here?
Yes, but I think it all kind of depends on how the fight goes. Again, I'm expecting a 3-round war, 100%. If I do get a finish, I think that throws me into the top, you know, higher than if I win a split decision, you know. A lot of people come on this stage and they say, oh, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do this, and I love the confidence. I get it, but I'm not stupid. I know that anything can happen. He could have the best night of his career and I could have the worst night of my career and still win a split decision. That's not something you start calling for big names against. I think going out there, looking for a finish, having a great performance, 30-27, whatever it is, then we go to the drawing board and say, okay, who are we calling out? I've got a couple of names in mind, but it all depends on how the fight goes.
Hey, Grant. With you being at a big gym now and teammates having to fight teammates, like how was it training with Joaquin Silva, but knowing Arman Strickland was just around the corner? Like, and I guess with Arman wanting to train with you, I heard he like asked you to train with him a couple times.
Yeah, we all trained together at ATT, but it was a situation where it's like, hey, you're fighting Neto, and Neto is a very good friend of mine, and it was, hey man, sure, after the fight we can train together, that's fine, but I'm helping Neto right now, and he gets that. He absolutely understands that kind of that situation. And man, Arman's a weird case because his last 4 matchups have all been ATT guys. You know, he fought Damir, he fought Gamrot, he was going to fight Moicano, and then he fought Neto. So it's like one of those things where I would love to train with you, I want to get better, but I kind of know who you're eyeing next. So it's like, you know, you got to kind of be smart about it. But, dude, I'm down to train with anybody. If you're not trying to hurt me, I'm down to train with anybody.
And then there was some controversy in the MMA world with Natan Shaw and Haush Manfio. What do you think about the whole situation? Like, were you kind of weirded out by the matchup to begin with and then everything that happened afterwards?
Yeah, that's a boycott PFL situation because that makes no sense. They're 2 former champions. They're 2 former, you know, title winners or tournament winners, I'm sorry. And so for them to fight not even in the tournament, it makes no sense. And I think that there was some politics that went behind it. I don't know the whole story. I think there was some politics that went behind it. Shane Burgos, who's another good friend of mine, I'm happy that he got in, but I think that that's why they did that. I think that they matched those 2 up and were hoping that some type of controversy would happen to where they could slip Shane Burgos into the tournament. And again, super happy for Shane. Love that dude. But I think that was kind of the situation. I'm really bummed out for Neto. I'm sorry, for Natan.
Awesome. Thanks, man.
Absolutely.
Hey, Grant, you're very lasered in, and we know your expectations of winning that big title shot. Of course, you wanting to be a champion one day. For you, what are the logs that are being thrown into your fire that's pushing your motivation outside or deeper within than just wanting to be champion?
Man, I think there's a lot of unhappy people in the world right now. A lot. And I think that the things that they're missing are, I think a lot of people are missing family, and I think a lot of people are missing accomplishment. And one thing for me is I just find so much joy and happiness out of chasing this dream. And when my father, anytime I would do anything, he would tell me I have to be the best at it, right? So any type of situation, whether you're working, whether you have to try to be the best at it. So going into MMA, I absolutely loved it. I was having so much fun. I have to be the best at it. And for me, hand to God, winning that belt and then losing it the next day, that would be enough for me. I just want to be able to tell myself for one night that at 155 pounds on down, I am the best fighter in the world. That is just something that it keeps me up at night, man. It really does. It keeps me up at night.
Awesome, thank
you. You mentioned the Tony as a fight that was brought up in the talks. Regardless of your result this weekend, does that fight with Tony still interest you, or does it not spark much interest anymore?
Man, it's a fist fight. I think any fight interests me. Absolutely, I would fight Tony. If I go out there and absolutely demolish Damir, and they're like, hey, you can have a top 15 guy, or I'm sorry, a top 5 guy, or Tony, it would really just come down to the dates, you know, hey, like which dates are we talking about? If it's the same date, I'll probably take the top 5 guy, but if they're offering Tony, I'll take it. I get paid the same no matter who I fight, and Tony is a huge name. It's not like he's a nobody.
For sure. And the Sarukian Neto situation was just brought up, and I remember you saying it was kind of a weird encounter going into their fight. Now that that fight went down, was there any other story you could share from that time between those two?
I'm sorry, could you say it again?
The Sarukian Neto situation was brought up, and I remember you saying in an interview that it was kind of weird having them on each separate sides of the mat. Now that their fight went down already, is there like another story you could share from that, or?
I think American Top Team handles these kind of situations, as shitty as they might be. They handle them very, very well. I don't think there was any, ill will or spying or any type of that kind of situation. At least from what I saw. I'm focusing on my own fight at the same time, but from what I saw, it seemed like the weirdest part was we're all doing strength and conditioning in the same practice. That was weird. Like, it was Neto and Armin and me, and we're all just like lifting, and it's just, that was weird for me. I don't like that. I like to focus on me and not worry about, is my opponent watching or anything like that. But, it's just one of those situations that you're going to have to deal with. And this is what I tell people all the time is in fighting, you're going to get thrown curveballs. And if you can't handle it outside the cage, you're not going to be able to handle it inside the cage. So I have a lot of respect for both of those guys for being able to do that.
For sure. And putting the focus back on this weekend, your opponent Damir had originally planned to retire after the Sarukian fight. Now he's coming back. I guess, what do you make of that now that he's fighting you in his comeback?
I think that he says he was sick when he fought Armin, and I believe him. And I think that when you take a loss in a high-profile fight and you're not feeling the best, I think that those thoughts kind of get you down. I think that he was just kind of being emotional when he said it. I think that he doesn't really want to stop fighting. I think he loves the sport just like all of us, but I think that he was just in an emotional situation. I was going to quit yesterday. Like, dude, I'm hungry. There's zebra cakes at my house. Like, I was this close to being like, you know what, screw it.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
You mentioned that all three of you guys were lifting weights next to each other and it was a little bit awkward. Is any part of you like, maybe I'll put an extra 2.5 on either side so these guys can see me lift more?
So I actually had, not that because I'm very weak in the weight room, but we do this drill. We jump up and we hang the bar and you got to like hang on for a while. And I had sparring and then we just did a whole workout and it was like the last thing we were doing. And man, my grip strength is just not great. And I'm slipping and Armin's sitting right next to me, just like stone cold face, like holding. I was like, all right, I can't be the first one to fall. Like, I'm not falling. I'm doing the whole time, man. But other than that, like, it's a weird situation for sure. But again, if you can't handle curveballs outside the cage, you're not gonna be able to handle them inside the cage. So do what you gotta do. Awesome, guys. Thank you so much.
Okay, welcome back. I think a lot of people have been really excited to see you back in the UFC and back here with this organization. How does it feel to be a part of the UFC again?
Yeah, I'm excited to be back. I'm excited to test my skills, come out here and perform against the best of the world. That's the only thing that I'm interested in. I love this sport, and that was the ultimate deciding factor in me coming back. I didn't want to turn it to boxing where the best guys aren't all in one place. And for me to prove that, I need to prove I'm one of the best guys, and taking on a young, up-and-coming dude is going to do that.
I love it. And you know, 2 years, but only one fight outside of the organization. So does this feel like weird at all to be back, or does it just feel like right where you were when you walked away?
A little bit. I feel like it's been about 3 years since I've really performed at the right level and really had the right fight. So for 3 years, it's been me rebuilding myself, me rebuilding my strength, everything to get back to that level. The fans really haven't seen me since I fought Charles Oliveira, and they're going to see a different version of me in this fight. A bigger, stronger, more mature, faster version, and I'm excited to show that. I've been in the dark for these 3 years, so now I get to come to the light.
I love it. What would you say the biggest change would be? Would it be the physical aspect of things, or would it be maybe the mental aspect of things, which is a big part of this game as well?
Yeah, I think it's the mental aspect. I've always been pretty fast, pretty strong, able to hold my own against anybody. But mentally, I feel more clear. I feel more clarity. I feel more put together. So I think you're going to see a much more experienced me. I think that's what's really going to show through in this fight. He hasn't fought anybody at this level. I might not have fought for a while, but I've got 18 fights in the UFC against former world champions, against current world champions, against a lot of different dudes. So I think me relying on experience and being a strong, still athletic guy is going to shine through.
You said you came here because you want to fight the best. I thought this matchup was interesting, right? Because it's a very tough guy, but certainly a guy that doesn't have the name recognition that you do.
Yep.
So what were your thoughts when that was the name that was given to you? Did it excite you, or did it frustrate you because it's not that name recognition that maybe you're used to?
No, it excited me because it gave me more pressure. I'm somebody, I kind of like the pressure. And for me to go up against somebody that nobody heard of, that I really didn't even hear of, I just learned how to pronounce his name this weekend. So it's like I got to really go for it. I got to really step it up. You can't play around with this dude and even show that he's in the same category as me. So that puts a lot of pressure on me. But he's strong. He's talented. I think he's like on a 19-fight win streak or something crazy like that. And he might not have the name recognition. He might not be able to speak English. He might not. The fans might not know who he is. But when I look at his skill set, it's very similar to like a Khamzat Chimaev, almost junior. You know, you look at his fights. He doesn't get hit a lot. But I don't think he's ever fought anybody at this level. And I'm going to show I'm the next level.
You talked about kind of being in the dark the last couple of years. I'm curious, this phase of your career, right?
Yeah.
You were thrust into the spotlight very early on, tabbed as the pressure on you, he's the next big thing. Do you want to get back to that where like all the attention's on you, or would you rather just kind of quietly go about your business?
I honestly don't care too much about the attention no more. You know, I had that. I seen what it was like. I don't really care too much about it. It's the fans are I'm not even going to say the fans. I'm just going to say people in general are very it's a messed up world that we kind of live in. You know, if I'm sitting up here and I got 10 million followers, you listen to my words a little different than if I got 100. To me, that don't make it doesn't make a difference. I like what you really do. If I really mess with somebody, I really mess with them because of who they are and what they do. It's not necessarily about how many people or how much attention they get or anything like that. It's about what's inside of them and what's in their heart. And that's how I feel. This thing is in me. It's not on me. It's not somebody didn't give it to me. I know who I am. I don't have to prove to anybody anymore. My brother's reaching a new level of fame even outside of MMA. And that's kind of giving me like the battery in my back to really know what I always known it, but it's kind of good to have that confirmation from the outside. And I know if I get out there, I can be a superstar anywhere I go in any industry. And I've thought about that in the last year or so. But fighting is just in me. It's in my heart. I got unproved and unfinished business over here that I got to get to. So I don't care too much about stepping into the spotlight. I don't care too much about the media attention. I don't care too much about the fans. I appreciate everybody that supports me. Don't get me wrong. Let me be clear. I appreciate everybody that support me and show me love. But at the end of the day, it's about something bigger than that. I got a son now, and I want him to be my biggest fan. And for him to do that, I got to be my biggest fan. So that's the only thing I'm worried about.
Awesome, well said. Last thing for me, what does success look like to you in this bout right here? I mean, is it just about, is it about getting a result? Is it about getting a performance? Is it about feeling a certain way in there that maybe you haven't felt lately? Like, what does success mean to you in this fight?
Yeah, it's going to be feeling like the old me. I feel like I gave my last fight was bullshit. Like, I'll say it straight up. Coming off knee surgeries and all that stuff, and I just rushed into it. It wasn't the real me, so I would like to get back to that and show my real potential and not just go out as somebody like, oh, he had potential. Like, I got to prove to myself that I can meet those standards that I've set even at a young age. So it's going to be about, first and foremost, getting a W by any means necessary. Even if it's a boring fight, even if it's a drag-em-out fight, this dude is serious. He's strong. He's got a good chin. He can take a lot of damage. I'm going to have to really put it on him for me to really see success, and that's what it's about. It's about getting the W and then looking good afterwards.
Hey, Kevin, over here. I just have one for you. I know that you shared the mats with Chris Lencioni, and he's going through a really serious medical issue. I'm not sure if you're aware of that.
No.
He's coming out of a coma, it seems like, right now. He's very serious. I'm just wondering if you have any words of encouragement, thoughts about that.
I honestly didn't know that until you just said it. But it's heavy, I wish him the best. I wish his family the best. I wish the best for anybody, especially when it comes down to health. I think that's first and foremost, even over fighting or anything else that he's got going on. We got a big team over at Kill Cliff FC, so yeah, we're all behind him.
Thank you.
Kevin, obviously, as John was saying, this guy is very tough, but his name value is not necessarily the highest. Do you want to win this fight, remind everyone that you're one of the best in the world, and then sort of move on to those bigger names in the division?
Yeah, it's not so much about the bigger names. I think that comes with it, but it's going to be about the more competition. He as good as his skills are, he hasn't really had that level of experience yet. So I would like to fight somebody who's got a lot more experience in the game, and especially at 170. I've only got 2 or 3 fights at 170, and even though I train all the time with these top elite 170 guys, when you get out there and you compete against these guys, it makes a big difference. So that's kind of what I'm excited to do. I want to test myself against the best in the world. And guys like Leon Edwards, they present like particular challenges that you have to meet. So I would like to get up there and meet that.
Is 170 your home for the rest of your career, you think?
Yeah, 170 for sure. I'm a big guy. I'm filling out my frame. I'm strong. People are going to see on Saturday that I'm a full-fledged 170. It'll come a point where it'll be like Dustin Poirier, where people kind of forget that he was even a featherweight. Sean Strickland, where people even forget that he was a welterweight. I'll be a full-fledged 170 from now.
Last one for me. John sort of mentioned, you've been at the top level from a very young age, and I feel like that comes with criticisms that people don't really understand. You're a young guy, you're in the spotlight, you're trying to boost your career, and I don't think people really kind of understand how, a young man can be affected by the outside. Since you've had like a few years away from the spotlight, do you think people need to be more aware of younger fighters are going to make mistakes and sort of put their foot wrong, and they're growing up in the public eye, and people don't really appreciate that with their criticisms?
Yeah, I think everybody kind of sets expectations for other people, not necessarily knowing the circumstances of what's going on or where their mind's at or how they grew up. As a young kid, really from the slums, you don't really know how to deal with success. You don't know how to deal with attention. You don't know how to deal with the eyeballs. And the only way to deal with it is through experience and time. And I've kind of given myself that, and it's hard to say because I feel like people should just judge you off your performance, but I had a bad performance the last time. kind of let people just live their lives and experience the life that they need, as long as they're good people, and if they are, then support them. If they not, then fuck them.
Kevin, over here. There have been many questions and comments about your UFC return, but I guess the biggest question is, where does Kevin Lee fit into this current UFC welterweight division?
I think you're going to see that after Saturday. Like I said, I'm taking on a young, tough guy who's trying to make a name for himself, and I'm going to turn him back. And I'm going to take all his shine. He's on a 19-fight win streak. I'm 2-2 in my last 4, but I'm right there with the best of the world. So they're going to see that after this fight, you know. The guy who's fighting for the title right now, you talk about Kobe Covington, he's 2-2 in his last 4. He's fighting for the title. So with this win, I think it'll show that I'm ready for the top 10, and I'm ready to get back up there.
And for your return to the organization, is there any part of you that wishes that this fight was like in a sold-out arena, or does it not matter to you?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I wish it was. I'm kind of, I wish it was in front of more fans. You know, I don't know how many people are gonna be at Apex, but it's kind of stupid. I don't know what we're doing. You know what I mean? The pandemic over. I don't know if people got the message, or you know, if they sent out the telegram. But the pandemic is over. I don't know what we still doing here. I get that it's money to be had, but it's kind of stupid. It's a different energy when it's thousands and thousands of people screaming. It's a different level of feeling. It's why when I want fights like the Charles Oliveira fight again, it's a different feeling. You know, I wish that was happening, but I'm gonna make do with what I do, and I'm gonna go out there on Saturday in front of the 200-300 rich ass motherfuckers that want to see me bleed, and we gonna get it in.
Awesome. And there was rumors about you fighting Tony. I'm not sure if how true they were, but there were some rumors about that. Now that it didn't go through, is that something you still want after this fight, or not anymore? Yeah,
I wanted to make that fight happen, but Tony, he's got other plans. He's staying at 55. He's doing his own thing. He's in some legal trouble and all that stuff right now. So I wish him the best. I wanted that fight. I thought the fight was going to happen, but you know, he decided to stay at 155. So best of luck to him.
And last one for me. With a win over Rinat this weekend, is there a specific name you want in that top 10, 15 guys, or does it not matter to you what's next?
Honestly, it doesn't matter. There's so many guys at 170. There's nobody that comes to mind. My full focus is on Rinat right now. I'm not even thinking next week. I'm not thinking 2 weeks from now. I'm not thinking none of that. It's all on Saturday night and taking this guy really, really serious.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Kevin, how surprised were you that your brother just became so popular and so famous? Like, obviously you've known him your entire life. So, like, did you know this personality?
Yeah. I mean, I that's why I'm not surprised at all. When you say surprised, no. I told him years ago, before he even started fighting, before he was dipping his toes into fighting, that he was going to be bigger than me. That's what I wanted from the beginning for him. And I didn't necessarily know how it was going to come about. I never saw this route kind of being the route. And I still think he's going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And I hope he's 10 times bigger than me. So it makes me very proud to see him do his thing. And, you know, he's going to be in my corner on Saturday, and we're going to have another big victory.
Has he shared some of his Chipotle with you?
Nah, not yet. I mean, I ate a lot of this stuff, but, you know, we on two different life paths right now. So fighting is in my heart. Fighting is where it's at. When I was thinking about re-signing back with the UFC, I'm like, man, I could go to any one of these industries, any one of these big ass Facebook and you know, Instagrams and all this stuff, and get a shit ton of money, not to do half of what I got to do to step out here. But I don't know, it's just something in my heart that is willing to take the pay cut, kind of, you know, feel a little used and abused, and go out there and abuse somebody else.
And finally, I just wanted to ask about Killcliff, man. You've trained at many high-level gyms under many high-level coaches. Mm-hmm. What's the difference between Killcliff with all those bodies now under Henry Huff? Like, just talk about that.
Yeah, it's the team. You know, it's like a wolf pack, and you got to stand out in order to stand out over there. You can't just you know, there's no special people, there's no special attention given. You have to put in the work on the mats, which is one of the things that I love about the sport. Is so raw. It's not, you can't just step in there and just talk a bunch of shit and then all of a sudden you're the guy, you're the it guy. No, you got to go out there and you got to step in there with this guy, step in there with this guy, step in there with Jason Jackson, step in there with Kamaru Usman, go in there with Ian Gary, go in there with some of these top guys, and it's really kind of, it elevates you. You know, they say iron sharpens iron, steel sharpens steel, all that stuff for a reason. It's definitely true. So compared to other gyms out there, there's great trainers. Faraz Zahabi is one of the best trainers in the world. Dewey Cooper is one of the best trainers in the world. But that team aspect and those training partners and those bodies over at Kill Cliff is unmatched.
Is it nice having so many bodies? And was that something you were lacking early in your career?
No, I'm not gonna say I was lacking it, because you know there's a lot of guys that you never hear of that are very, very good in the gym, very good in the gym. So I'm not gonna say it was lacking. It's just when you got 10 different guys that are all at the UFC welterweight level and all fighting in the UFC right now, you get adjusted to that size. You get adjusted to that movement. You get adjusted to the experience of these guys a lot easier than you do from some up-and-coming guy that is very talented, but he doesn't have the same level of experience of being in there. So, yeah, I'm not going to say it was lacking, but it definitely helps, that's for sure.
Who were some of your main training partners for this camp?
Yeah, I used a lot of Russian fighters. Obviously, I'm getting ready to fight a Russian guy. I don't want to say too many names, to be honest with you, because I know I'm going to leave somebody out. But a lot of Russian fighters. Like I said, it's over 100 guys at Kill Cliff, so you kind of got the pick of the litter, which is nice.
Thanks, Kevin.
Yep. All good? All right. All right, thank y'all. See y'all Saturday.
Big win last time out. I guess give us the feel of what that meant to you.
Última vitória foi espetacular. Fala pra gente o que isso significou para você.
Cara, essa última vitória contra o Robocop foi o meu passaporte de chegada, né? Meu bem-vindo ao UFC. Então, ali foi a melhor vitória possível para uma grande chegada.
Man, the win against RoboCop was like my entry passport, my welcome to the UFC. That to me was basically the best possible entrance that I could ever have.
Absolutely, and I'm sure you wanted to build on that momentum, but we had to have a little rescheduling and some changes and some adjustments. I guess what was that like? Having to wait a little bit and then changing opponents and that sort of thing.
E claro, depois de uma vitória como essa, você quer entrar no embalo. Teve um pouco de mudança de data, oponente, essas coisas. E como é que é isso para você? E como é que está sendo essa experiência agora de realmente voltar a entrar no ritmo da UFC?
Então, eu sempre vejo todas as situações possíveis no combate. Eu me machucando, o próprio adversário se machucando, assim como aconteceu, né? Essa minha luta era contra o Razak, para acontecer dia 20 de maio, ela mudou a data para 1º de julho e ele veio a se machucar novamente. Então, assim, esse tipo de situação já aconteceu na minha carreira antes do UFC. Então, eu já sabia as possibilidades. Então, como eu sempre falo, eu me mantenho preparado, né, para qualquer oportunidade. E trocou adversário, assim como já trocaram outras vezes, então isso não vai mudar muita coisa, né? Estudamos o cara, estamos preparados e vai ser uma nova luta.
This has happened before in my career, so I always try to prepare myself for every sort of situation. Myself getting injured, an opponent getting injured. You try to understand all the variables that can happen. So this fight was originally scheduled against Razak, was the 20th of May. Then it got rescheduled to the 1st of July. That he actually got injured. So again, this has happened in my career in the past. It's nothing new. You just prepare for everything that you can. Prepare for every single situation. It doesn't change your training routine. You have to be prepared in all facets of the game, so it doesn't change anything.
You get an opponent that's new to the UFC. I can't imagine you were aware of him at all. I guess, what did you think when this was the matchup, and did you know anything about him as a fighter?
Você pega um oponente novo para o UFC. Obviamente que você não sabia quem era o oponente até pouco. E agora que você viu um pouco, o que você diz sobre ele como lutador?
Cara, é um cara que tem um cartel bom, né? Ele tem uma bagagem já de UFC, de octógono, mas ele tem uma kimura boa, porém, como ele está chegando, ele não conhece um atleta do UFC, ele não conhece um lutador, né, como eu, ele não conhece quem realmente é o Hulk. E é um presente presente de chegada para ele lutar comigo. Então, vai ser uma grande luta e a gente vai dar um show, né? Eu estudei ele, eu mapeei o jogo dele, né? E eu vou entrar para dar uma grande guerra.
He's an athlete that has a good record. Seen some of his past fights. He also has a good kimura, which I'm aware of, and I've looked at it. But being new to the UFC means that you are not familiar with a UFC athlete. You have not faced an athlete like myself. You have not been in the situations that we have been by being in close to the UFC. Fighting me, it's like a good welcome gift, so to speak, for him to the UFC. So what he's going to face is something he's never seen before, and on Saturday, I'm gonna go hard at him. He's gonna come at me, and we're gonna put on a show for everybody.
Nice. Last thing for me, I want to ask you, your track record: 10 wins, 10 finishes. What do you attribute that to? Is it your technique? Is it something in your physical skills, in your mental approach? Like, what do you attribute that to, that you've been able to finish every opponent you face?
Minha última pergunta: 10 vitórias, 0 derrotas. Primeiro round sempre. Você é um cara que a que você atribui isso? É a questão física, a força física que você tem? É uma meta que você tem de ser assim? É a técnica? É uma mentalidade? Ou é algo psicológico? A que você atribui o fato de que você é assim e ninguém passa o primeiro round?
Bom, além de eu ser um atleta, né, que já passou por um treinamento em questão olímpica, né, na questão do judô, eu falo que hoje eu, como atleta, meu corpo, minha mente, né, a minha fé, meu espírito está em conjunto. Tudo está em conjunto. Então, quando tudo está sintonizado, né, corpo, mente, espírito, cara, é muito difícil. E a questão física, a questão força, mental, cara, isso tudo vai atribuindo habilidades. Questão de luta, de combate, eu sou um atleta de MMA. Então, dificilmente você pode encontrar um cara que treina todas as áreas. Eu estou preparado para tudo. Faixa preta de judô, faixa preta de jiu-jitsu, quase um faixa preta de muay thai, treino boxe. Então, assim, todas as áreas eu treino em excelência, justamente para eu não ter nenhum susto e não ter nenhuma ocasião que venha me assustar no combate.
I come from Olympic preparation, so that's the type of level of prep that I've had for my fights. Come from Olympic judo, so that's something I never left behind. And I like to say that I've improved myself to the point, taking from that and being where I am now, that my faith is in place, my mental aspect is in place, physical, spiritual. So when you have all those things aligned, when you have the physical side, the mental side, the spiritual side all aligned, it's very hard for somebody to stop you, and you feel very good about yourself. And then it's very rarely that you actually see somebody who is an MMA athlete, a complete MMA athlete in all the disciplines. I am a judo black belt. I'm a jiu-jitsu black belt. I'm almost a kickboxing black belt. And I train a lot of boxing as well. So when you have all that and you're prepared for everything that the game can bring you, it's very easy to actually go for the finish.
If history repeats itself and your hand is raised on Saturday, however that happens, who do you want next to fight in this division?
Se a história se repetir e você tiver outra vitória espetacular no sábado, qual é o próximo passo? Quem que você gostaria de enfrentar?
Cara, eu falo assim, que eu tô aí, cheguei agora, sábado é a próxima luta, eu tô pensando nesse combate. Dependendo do que vier, pode vir, eu vou estar preparado para quem for. O UFC quiser dar um cara do top 15, top 20, independente de quem seja, o Hulk vai estar preparado.
I've always said that I'm here, I'm ready, I'm a newcomer, so obviously if the UFC wants to give me, top 20, top 15, this is what we always like to say, no matter what happens, whatever you bring, Hulk is going to be ready to go. All good?
So it's been, I guess, 8-9 months or so since you had a chance to compete. I guess what's the time away been like and the focus during it?
It's been good. It's been good. Good to be back. I had hand surgery in November, right after the Tim Means fight. I hurt my hand. But I've been waiting to fight since March. So Sean's been saying, we'll have a fight any day. We'll have a fight any day. So I've been, on the edge of my seat for March, April, May. I think we got this fight in May, June, July, maybe late April. But I'm ready. I've been ready to fight for months. I feel great. It's been a long time, 9 months. I was looking at the calendar like, but I've improved so much in those 9 months, and I still improve. I improve every time. I'm really looking forward to Saturday.
Any challenges in recovering from hand surgery? I mean, obviously those can be kind of lingering.
Yeah, I mean, it hurt originally. I think back in February, the hand surgery was pretty quick. First doctor I went to, you're fine, I'll see you in a week. And I was like, let me get a second opinion. I directly saw my PT, Russ, over at Kime, and he's like, heck no. So he scheduled me with Dr. Pavandi. I saw Pavandi the next day. He's like, we need surgery in the morning, yada, yada. So I'm glad I did. I'm glad I trusted my gut. Like, nah, this shit's messed up, so fix that. But I've been doing everything I can for it. Even what they said, but holistically too, and all the different modalities to heal. And while I had my hand, I worked everything else, just like everything else. But I could hit, I could choke, I could post, I could squeeze, I could hold. So I could do everything I needed to do. But a good thing about it is I got a lot more precise, because when I first got my hand back, I couldn't hit hard. So I had to hit like perfect and accurate. So rather than before, I felt like I was just clubbing this shit, just hitting skulls. I mean, Tim Means, I broke it dead center face, and he's so tough. It's like hitting the wall. So now I'm hitting chins and temples. You know what I mean? Softer body. So it was a good thing.
Very nice. All right, so you were ready to fight. You get this matchup. What did you think? I mean, you were kind of on this Legends tour, right? And then you go from the Legends tour to let's give you this young kid.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I was pissed at first. The first day, I was like, because I mean, Kevin Holland fought Tim Means, and then his next fight, he headlined against Wonderboy. So I was like, shit, I might get something good. Then I get freaking Michael Morales. I was just like, oh, man, what the hell? What is going on here? This is bullshit. So he's a young guy, undefeated. You know, I felt like they were trying to feed me to the wolves. Well, not feed me to the wolves, but try to beat me. I've been seeing a lot of these vets. I've been smelling this vet shit for a while. Vets versus rookies. They've been pairing a lot of guys for the last 6 months. A ton of them. This guy versus this young guy. This guy versus this young guy. And then the Ultimate Fighter came out. You know, vets versus youngsters. I was like, I told you. So, but the thing is, I'm not the guy. I'm not the old guy. Yeah, I'm 37, but I'm the best looking 37 you ever seen. The best in shape, shredded, faster, smarter. I'm not these guys on the tail end like, I'm thinking about retiring. None of that. I got paid 5 win bonuses in a row. I'm 5-fight win streak. Yeah, I'm fighting this new guy. And like I said, I was upset at first. So I use that like a chip on my shoulder, like, oh, they think they're going to beat me with this guy? They got some undefeated guy and they think he can beat me? F this guy. So I've been training with a chip on my shoulder with like fury, like just more and more and more. But then I was walking, or I was on a run before I left on Monday, just running in the sun, looking at the trees, and I had a message, man. I was like, I'm just running, I'm like, you know, smiling and shit, sun shining. And he's like, Max, you fool. This is a gift. Yeah, God or whatever was like, this, I got to make, this is a gift. You've been mad about this guy you've been getting. This is a gift. Like, people think he's real good, in which he may be, but he's raw. But the experience you've had in the UFC, beating former world champions, been in the with the very best guys on the planet, and beat most of them. Dropped all of them. Lost all splits. Like, I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy. So, you know, even they have him as a favorite. Like, on what basis, you know? Even reach-wise, he's 79, I'm 77. Like, he's beating these guys because he's way longer than them. He's only me this much longer than me. So yeah, so I looked at this as a gift now. I flipped my whole mind. This is a gift, Max. You're gonna shine, you're gonna smash this foe on ESPN, on the main card, in front of everybody, and you're gonna smash his hype because people like him. So that's what I got on my run on Monday at the perfect time. Because I fight my best when I'm happy. So for me to get that instead of being like, fuck this motherfucker, which I still feel like that. But it'll be magic. It'll be beautiful. I'm gonna beat him everywhere. Striking, grappling, wrestling, cardio, heart, will, experience.
I love it. This would be a big win. It would be a big statement. You've kind of flirted with the rankings a little bit. I mean, does it matter to you? Do you feel like this should instill you?
F about those rankings, man. I don't care about them. I've cared about them for so long. You know, the Neil Magny bullshit. I mean, it's political, man. But it's funny when you kind of let shit go. That's when shit happens. You know, and you're like, you know, forget that shit. Even when I first got signed, I was like, F fighting, and I got signed that same day. So it's like, F those rankings. So we'll see, man.
How long does it take to do your hair?
If you get a good picture, it says Max and then Pain right here. So you could read it, you know? We started at 10 o'clock and finished at like 4. Like a 6-hour ordeal.
Yeah, damn. Well, it turned out fantastic.
Thank you.
Max, I want to talk a little bit about your music taste. I've seen on your Instagram and stuff like that the music that you like to listen to. But entering into a fight and fight day, what are some of the bangers that you be listening to?
So fight day, I'd say the first until the fight, I'm listening to all reggae, all Marley Shahu, Damian Marley, Movado, some older stuff. Just to keep me in like a chill mode. But then when I'm out there, when I'm at the arena and I'm starting getting wrapped up, man, I'm listening to all my old shit, even the new stuff. I mean, 21 Savage, the Sacramento shit, Brother Lynch, Yuck Mouth, the Bay Area stuff, E40, Mac Dre. Get me back on my gangsta, because I did my gangsta shit when I was young, so it brings me back to like good mood, good spirits, war, baby, you know?
I'm glad you brought up the Ye, because that actually segues into my next question. And being from Sacramento, NorCal and all that, who would you be putting on your Mount Rushmore of West Coast rappers?
Oh, there's 5. Is there 5 on Mount Rushmore? Shit. Are we talking Sacramento or just Bay Area?
West Coast in general, entire California.
West Coast, man. E40. E40's on there. Mac Dre's on there. But I gotta put Snoop Dogg on there for LA. Shit. Shout out to my guy Yuck Mouth. I gotta put him on there. Me and him is the homies. Who else? I know I'm missing someone big. Who am I missing? Playlist. Yeah, we'll stay at that. I know I'm missing someone.
No Cube or Too Short?
Oh, you could put both them on there. You could put them on there. You could put both them on there. We West Coastin'. You could put them on there.
I bet. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Max, you mentioned when you let shit go, shit happens. Will you able to do that if you come victorious on Saturday and then people turn around and say, well, of course he was supposed to win. He's a veteran.
They're going to say that. I already know they're going to say that, you know. But it's going to be so bad. Like, yeah, I want to, make them pay. Like, no lucky shit. Like, beat him up, beat him down, outclass him. Master class. If he gets, I want to maybe sub him, finish him. I don't know. But if he gets knocked out, he could watch the video, you know. But I want him to remember he got beat up and remember the levels of this, because I'm not playing.
And last for me, speaking of levels, you mentioned before, just like the vets, young guys fight and being unhappy. Just alone when you touched on your 5-fight bonuses, how can you be unhappy with $250,000 and up?
No, I am happy. I'm just saying, that was more rankings-wise. You know, if they would have gave me that Neil Magny win, I'd be in the top 10. And I wouldn't be fighting this freaking new guy, especially these new guys that they like. I fought a few of these undefeated guys. I fought Zaliman Madaev, 8-0, all knockouts, sent him back in Atlanta. I fought Ramiz Brahimai here, 8-0, all subs. He had the story about his condition or whatever. There was a lot of hype, and I took his freaking ear off. So I have a thing for these freaking new guys that I get offended. So there's another guy, 14-0, fought Trevin Giles. That was a terrible fight, Trevin Giles. He did good in the beginning, but burned his arms out, and then being sloppy, got knocked. And then Adam Fugit, on a week's notice, took him to the 3rd round, had him in trouble a few times, he ain't fought nobody. And it's not even about who you all fought, but I am me. I am him. And I'm not the guy you want to fight when you're that raw, that new. And look, schedule, strength of schedule, like, I'll touch back on that. He's fought all these guys in T-shirts in Ecuador, Mexico, wherever he fought from, these short guys. Like, he's going to have fucking trouble. He's going to have a very bad night Saturday night.
Thank you, sir. Good luck on Saturday.
Thank you.
All this energy you have towards Michael, has there been any trash talk behind the closed doors between you two, or is it just part of the fight game for you?
No, I really feel like this. Yeah, I think for me, it's more that they're sending a guy that they think could beat me, and he's the favorite. I don't like that. I don't even know how he is even the favorite. Like, because he's younger? Like, I don't know. So my homies are cashing in, though. I'll tell you that. Cash that, baby.
And I know you just expressed your feelings towards the rankings and all of that, but you also mentioned the Neil Magny situation. Is that something you want back in the future?
No, I don't care about Neil Magny. That really burned me, though. Like, to have Mick Maynard come back after the fight, you know, me and Dana thought you won, we're going to pay you your money, you know? So in my mind, I'm like, I won, but then I didn't get the number, and then, I don't know. I mean, Tim Means made up for it. Give me a guy like that, but I don't know, man.
And last one for me, there's an interesting fact about you. You said you wanted to be a Ninja Turtle when you grew up. I mean, what is that about?
Yeah, man. I did martial arts when I was young, from 4 to 13. And in those days, I mean, I did Bakufu, but we had the nunchucks, the sais, the kamas, and Ninja Turtles came out right then. So that was what I wanted to be. That was 9 years of experience then. And then 16 years now. So that's 25 years of training, fighting experience that I've had. 16 as an adult, 9 as a kid. I've had more experience than this kid's been alive. So I'm going to do them.
Thank you.
All good? Cool. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hello, guys.
Hello. Good. Well, I guess, you know, last fight out fighting in Paris and then now fighting in Las Vegas, I guess a whole different scenario, a different situation. Do you prefer one over the other? I know big friendly crowd is nice, but a lot more pressure there probably as well.
You know, in Paris, what is good is I don't have the 9 hours jet lag. So I love Vegas, but it's just the 9 hours jet lag. It's not easy to deal with it. So yeah, I prefer, of course, to fight in front of my home crowd back in France, in Paris.
Was that win the best of your career so far?
It was the worst preparation I ever had, but I did make a good fight, because, you know, I had the wedding the week before, my wedding, and I had a staph infection, and I had my toe it has almost gone off during the fight after the first kick. So it was crazy, but because it was such a big honor, and it was so great to be part of the history of French mixed martial arts by being there as one of the first Frenchmen to give the French crowd a fight in UFC, that I had to be there, and I did everything I could to manage the event.
Nice. You were supposed to fight before now. That didn't happen. I guess, was that a difficult decision to not compete, or was it really no choice at all?
Yeah, I had no choice. I had 2 ligaments of my ankle that were off, so I had no stability. And if you have no stability, it's difficult to fight.
So really, that's from an injury that severe, was this a pretty quick turnaround for you?
Yeah, I did a great job. Just after the injury, I had, for the first time, I paid a lot, but I had a very good sports cheer. So he makes the surgery. He did a great job, and after that, I had the rehab also by a guy that is specialized in rugby team in France. So he knows what it is for combat sports athlete to come back. So I did a great job to come back as fast as possible to have a fight as soon as possible.
Very nice. All right, now you have the matchup with Ismael. What do you think about him as an opponent? Does he present any challenges to you?
Yeah, he's a tough Brazilian, you know, tough opponent. I think he must be better ranked than I am because he knocked Terence McKinney. So it's a great opportunity to go higher in the rankings, and I think it will be a great fight because it's a good opponent to show your skills.
Nice. And last thing for me, a big win here. What would be the goal? Would it be maybe to try to turn around quick and fight in Europe, or to maybe fight elsewhere, you know, whether it be Abu Dhabi, or is that easier than the United States? Like, what would be the goal moving forward?
Yeah, less jet lag with Abu Dhabi, but there's a UFC Paris, so, you know, I take fight after fight. First thing, I have to take Bonfim heads off on Saturday, and if it works, of course, I would like to be in France, but first mission is to take Bonfim down. Yes?
With the win over Bonfim this weekend, and you look at the state of the lightweight division, is there any specific name that you want, or does it not matter to you for after this fight?
Like I said, I think you all will be there after the fight. So first off, I need to take the W and to get the job done. And after this, don't worry, I will tell you exactly what I want.
Thank you.
foto como quiera, no te preocupes.
Mike, obviously, welcome back. It's been about a year for you at this point. I guess what's the time away been like? Has it been maybe frustrating at all that you haven't been able to compete before now?
Bienvenido una vez más. Hace más o menos un año que no peleas con nosotros. ¿Cómo ha sido ese tiempo sin pelear? ¿Ha sido frustrante en alguna capacidad?
No, totalmente ha sido una experiencia para mí más. Seguir entrenando, no paré de entrenar. Estaba lesionado y seguí entrenando, pero pues eso me ha ayudado también a pensar mucho en mi carrera, en lo que quiero, y creo que es precisamente eso lo que me trajo hasta esta pelea, y creo que estoy muy completo ahora. Estoy totalmente sano para dar todo el día sábado.
Nothing. I was actually not frustrating. It was an experience, another experience for me, something that added to what I've experienced in the past. I was injured and I was still training. I kept training, always active. I feel that I was able to get better, get complete, and I'm at 100% right now. I'm very healthy for this fight, and something that made me a better fighter.
I guess maybe is that something that people might not realize? I mean, you're so young that you probably can get a lot better right now in between fights. Would you consider that accurate?
Creo que mucha gente no se da cuenta a veces porque sos tan joven que puedes mejorar mucho y también físicamente cuando estás descansando entre dos peleas. ¿Te sientes así? O sea que para ti entre peleas que tienes es una oportunidad tremenda de que simplemente es ir hacia cielo.
Así es, creo que me queda muchísimo camino por recorrer. Yo siempre lo he dicho, nunca esperé estar dentro de UFC a los 21 años, pero se dio la oportunidad, estoy agradecido y yo creo que la evolución está en mí, entonces voy a seguir creciendo todo esto que tengo todavía de carrera, si puedo hasta los 50 años.
I know I have a long way to go, but I never thought that I was going to be able to say this at being at the UFC at 21 years old. So I do feel that I can improve all the time, and I want to continue to improve and actually, something just to tag on from the last answer, something I forgot there. He thought a lot about his career as well during the time off, and it tags onto this. I feel that I can keep doing this for a long time in my career, going even to 50 years old.
Nice. Is it challenging at all? I mean, being a young guy coming into the UFC, getting wins, to just start thinking like, I know everything. I'm a natural at this. Is it hard to focus, to get better, and to not kind of believe your own hype maybe too much?
Es difícil a veces enfocar solo porque estás así tan temprano, tan joven, tan así ya en la UFC y tan bien, estoy bien, ya estoy en la UFC, ya me está saliendo todo bien. Se pone un poco más difícil concentrarse porque esa situación es muy buena.
No, yo creo que es todo lo contrario. Tengo que estar más concentrado, tengo que estar aún mejor preparado porque sé que ya UFC es un nivel súper elevado. Entonces creo que para mí es constante evolución, mejor concentración, y creo que estar aquí es un reto para mí diario, seguir entrenando, seguir mejorando, seguir siendo el mejor peleador de mi categoría, y pues creo que es lo que estoy tratando de hacer día a día.
Actually, no, quite the contrary. Actually, if you're in the UFC, you have to continue to dedicate yourself and to get better. There's a lot of focus, a lot of concentration, there's a lot of hard work. And I take this as an opportunity to actually get better every day, because in order to stay here, that's where you have to be. So I have to get better every day, and that's how I see the opportunity here.
Very nice. Max Griffin, a veteran, I guess, what do you think about him as an opponent and what he presents to you?
Max Griffin, un veterano, o sea, impresiones generales, ¿cómo lo ve como oponente y qué peligros te trae?
Pues su experiencia es lo que más destaca en él, ya lleva rato dentro de UFC y creo que él también viene decidido a querer ganar, y pues yo no me quedo atrás, vengo igual. Creo que esta es una gran oportunidad para mí de enfrentarme a un peleador ya experimentado para seguir evolucionando.
I think his experience is his biggest advantage. Someone that has seen a lot of the UFC. He comes in wanting to win, and so am I. I'm not going to back down. And it's a great opportunity, obviously, to have such an experienced fighter for me to continue to improve in the UFC.
Nice. Last thing for me, a big win here, I guess. How do you see your career progressing? Because you are young and you do have a lot of time, but are you eyeing the rankings and want that top-level opposition right away, or would you rather wait to face those top-tier names?
Mi última pregunta, con todo lo que ha pasado, ¿cómo ves tu carrera en la UFC? O sea, tantas cosas buenas han pasado en tan poco tiempo, tan joven. ¿Cómo ves? Ya te ves en los rankings, ya te ves enfrentando a alguien que ahí más allá, o sea, ¿cuál es el próximo paso que podemos verte?
Pues que sea lo que Dios quiera, yo simplemente quiero seguir entrenando, quiero seguir mejorando, quiero seguir dentro de UFC, quiero buscar la oportunidad de pulir todas mis herramientas para ser el mejor peleador. Quiero que pues la gente me vea aún en esta gran empresa brillar y que más ecuatorianos se junten a mí, a Chito también. Entonces quisiera que todo el mundo esté en total apoyo hacia mí, hacia mi carrera y hacia todo lo que se viene.
I want to continue doing this. I want to continue to train. I want to continue to have the opportunity to fight, to actually evolve and fight, get better challenges, to shine, and to show people that myself and just like Chito Vera and everybody in Ecuador and at home can see me just improving and putting on a show.
Hey, Michael. What made you get the throat tattoo?
¿Y de dónde viene este tatu? Bueno, siempre intentamos saber las razones por detrás de ese tatu acá en el cuello.
Es la fecha del día de la pelea en que debuté en UFC. Fue la fecha, el día y el año en que debuté en UFC. Entonces me lo decidí impregnar como mi primer pelea.
It was the date of my official debut of the UFC, so it was just very important for me. So I decided to actually put that in character here.
Did it hurt?
¿Te lastimó? ¿Cómo duele? ¿Duele?
Sí, ya.
¿Cuánto tiempo? ¿Cuánto tiempo pasó?
Creo que fueron como 7 horas.
About 7 hours too. So,
yeah. You were scheduled to fight Rinat in last December. Is that a fight? And he's fighting on this card. Is that a fight that you would like to get rebooked at some point?
Estabas para pelear la última vez con el oponente que está ahora acá en el UFC este fin de semana. ¿Es una pelea que quieres todavía?
Sí, si se da la oportunidad y él gana su pelea, pues estaría bien pelear con él. De hecho, me lo topé en el sauna, estuvimos haciendo sauna juntos y pues todo bien, nos saludamos y si se da la oportunidad de pelear, peleamos.
Yeah, I mean, if he wins his fight, I win my fight. It would be great to and to actually have that opportunity. I mean, we've seen each other around, and if we have the opportunity, let's fight.
Since your last fight, there's been 3 Mexican champions. Obviously, you're from Ecuador, but I know that you're around them. How happy has it been seeing the success of Alexa and Brandon and Yair?
Desde que empezaste acá en la organización han sido 3 campeones mexicanos. Obviamente sabemos que sos de Ecuador, pero estás ahí en el ecosistema todo el tiempo. Sí. ¿Qué ha significado eso? ¿Qué significa ver a un Brandon y después ver a Yair y ver a Alexa campeones?
Pues muchos, Brandon, Alexa, Yair, todos ellos son peleadores latinos que han entrenado en Latinoamérica y se han sacrificado mucho y muy aparte de eso se han buscado la oportunidad durante mucho tiempo por ser campeones y creo que el destino mismo lo quiso así y yo creo que si ellos pudieron, todos podemos y eso es lo que nos motiva a los latinos a seguir creciendo dentro de esta gran empresa.
It means a lot. I mean, to see 3 Latin American fighters that fought so much, that worked so hard to get this, it means a lot to everyone. And if again, it means a lot for all of us Latin people because we've seen them be champions, and maybe this means that we can become champions as well and keep growing in this company.
Very important question. Who's the better Spider-Man, Peter Parker or Michael Morales?
Michael Morales. Yeah.
I'm useless. Listo. ¿Cómo estás?
Max was just in here earlier. He seemed to show a bit of animosity towards the matchup with you. He even said that he wants you to remember the performance he plans on putting against you. How do you feel towards Max and in that aspect, and how are you approaching that?
Solo algo más. Max estaba acá antes temprano y dijo una vez más, estaba un poco depreciando, diciendo que bueno, incluso quiere que te acuerdes de lo que va a pasar el sábado, de la performance que él va a tener. ¿Cómo te sientes con ese tipo esa clase de opinión?
Yo siempre me he topado con ese tipo de comentarios y creo que para mí cada quien está seguro de lo que dice, entonces yo estoy seguro de mi trabajo, de lo que he venido entrenando y lo respeto mucho y simplemente yo vine a hacer mi trabajo y pues a salir victorioso.
I've dealt with that situation, that kind of opinion and commentary my entire life. I think everybody is very sure of what they say and should reassure themselves. I'm very sure of my work and everything that I bring to the table, that I'm going just to keep very, very respectful towards him and his journey in the UFC, and I'll just keep doing my work and keep winning.
Y esta te la pregunto en español. Ya sé que representas a Ecuador y a México y ya acabas de mencionar los 3 campeones de México, pero ¿cómo se siente ver el crecimiento de las artes marciales mixtas en toda Latinoamérica?
This question is about, obviously you represent Ecuador and Mexico. Seeing all those 3 champions from Mexico, they represent a lot for Latin America. What does that mean for MMA in Latin America in general?
Muchísimo, porque realmente en mi país ha cambiado la mentalidad de los peleadores de vale todo, de jaula. Se están dando las oportunidades, dejan que los hijos pequeños comiencen a practicar. Los padres ya ven esto como un deporte más que como violencia pura. Entonces se está dando mucho crecimiento tanto en Ecuador, en Latinoamérica, en México, en todos lados. Entonces al ver eso, sé que hay oportunidades para ellos, sé que va a seguir creciendo este deporte porque es algo que nos gusta, nos apasiona. Entonces pues ellos han dado el impulso de que más gente lo vea, más gente se motive a verlo y pues nos traiga hasta donde estamos ahora.
It means a lot because a lot of people now, even since they're kids, they're more accepting to the sport. They're more accepting to the fact that it's a growing sport that they're putting in with their kids. They used to be, now they see it as it used to be, one free for all. It used to be anything goes, and now they see it as a regimented sport, something that's technical. They see it as a sport. They see it as an opportunity. They're putting their kids out there to fight. So now you've seen kids doing MMA purely from the get-go. The more this happens, the more people will come around to it, the more the sport will grow, and it's beautiful to actually see the sport growing in the entire continent.
¿Y cómo se siente ser líder del crecimiento de las artes marciales mixtas en Latinoamérica?
¿Perdón?
¿Cómo se siente ser uno de los líderes del crecimiento en Latinoamérica?
And how do you feel about being one of the leaders, actually, and one of the people, the standouts of this growth of MMA in Latin America?
Pues estoy muy contento de que los niños o las personas jóvenes o los que quieran seguir entrenando en este deporte nos vean como inspiración, porque todos podemos, todos tenemos la capacidad de hacerlo, no hay excepciones, y yo creo que si continuamos con esa misma trayectoria que llevamos ahora, la gente se va a sumar y va a seguir considerando este deporte como algo muy valioso para ellos.
Obviously very proud. It's very good to be actually representing this, and I think that the more that we do to be an inspiration, I think more kids are going to come on board, and they're going to feel that inspiration, and they're going to be adding themselves to the fold and be with us.
Thank you.
One quick one for me. To piggyback off of Hero and Alex, you get to fight a week before 2 of those Mexican champions, that era we're talking about. Does that level things up further, and will you stick around a week to maybe catch that live at T-Mobile?
Vas a estar acá obviamente peleando una semana antes de 290 con tantas peleas de tantos latinos que van a estar acá, o sea, una oportunidad de quedarse acá tal vez para ver las peleas. ¿Vas a estar?
Sí, posiblemente sí esté. Quiero ver a pelear a Brandon, también Yasmín, mi compañera de entrenamiento, que va a estar ahí, y Chaires también lo acaban de incorporar a la cartelera. Entonces quisiera estar presente en el evento, y pues bueno, voy a estar presente en el evento y voy a estar apoyándolos, y junto a Martín también posiblemente estemos ahí.
Of course, I am staying. I thought about staying at the event. I am staying at the event. It's going to be a great opportunity to see Brandon fight, and also Yasmin, who trains with us, and also Chaires, who just came on board as well. So myself and Martin are going to stay here for the fight.
Thank you, sir. Good luck on Saturday.
Thank you.
sponsor gives me money now, so let's fucking. Here we go, you guys. All right, everybody.
So, I mean, look, breaking news there, right? I mean, another main event. You got big sponsors in the building.
Yeah,
I mean,
fucking hey, guys, I'm actually going places in life. Oh, shit, microphone, you guys. It's been a while since I've been here. Yeah, man, I'm going places in life. People are giving me fucking money now. It's fucking nice. It's really nice.
I was like, is it kind of a weird? I mean, you've been doing this forever, but the attention around you is greater than it's ever been. Is it kind of weird that all of a sudden people are starting to really pay attention to you?
You know what's funny, man? Someone posted a picture of me, like, back at my welterweight days, and everyone's kind of like, how the fuck did that happen? Like, why you changed so much? So, like, people don't understand, dude. From, like, the age of, like, birth to, I don't know, fucking 14, 15, I was like this fucking white trash, like neo-Nazi, angry fucking kid. So the moment I started fighting, I was like, man, I don't want to be that fucking guy. Like, I want to go be, like, fancy. I want to wear a suit, want to have hair. Like, I want to get all the pussy, you know? Like, I want to be a better version of myself. So anyways, I grow my hair out long. I go to welterweight. And then I get my motorcycle accident. And then I just kind of realize I'm a white trash loser, you know, minus the racist part. So it's like, you know, I think people are just, you know, they like authentic. They like my authentic self.
Yeah. Well, I know there was a time where you were like, nobody's ever going to sponsor me because they don't like my authentic self. I mean, do you worry now that, like, I got to maybe tone back a little bit of what I say?
I got some sponsorships from, like, a strip club to, like fucking go to, like, you know, go fucking do a show. I'm not going to fucking do it. But I would like a better class of sponsor. Maybe like some motorcycles. If you guys got a motorcycle business or a truck business, a car business, hook it up. Titties and gambling, bro, it's not really my fucking thing. I do like the titties. I love the titties. But, like, you know, I'm not a big fan of the strip clubs.
All right. Good to know. Shocking, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, no, you know what it is, guys? I'm going to tell you something deep. I'm going to have a deep moment with you guys. My dad was a fucking scumbag, you know? Super fucking scumbag. So anything that man did, I tend to just fucking hate. So, you know, alcohol, drugs, strip clubs. I like titties, though. I mean, fuck, you know. I reserve it for Pornhub.
All right, so talk about the offer for this fight. I mean, I'm guessing there's no way you knew who I was as a fighter, or had you crossed paths with him?
No, I had no idea who the fuck he was. So, I've been hounding the UFC to fight. I have an offer to do at 205. But Mick didn't want me to fuck up the rankings because there's a lot of 205ers I fuck up. So I had a conversation with Mick, and he pretty much said, he offered me a couple ranked guys I said yes to. They said no. So I either had a choice, man. I wait fucking 8 months or I fucking fight. And, you know, the money was right, and here we are. I mean, we all fight for money, man. I mean, like, if the dollar is right, I will fucking do it, man. I will fucking do it. So we came to a good terms, good pay, and here we are fighting a boo.
Are you ready to put out the names of those people that said no to you?
Oh, no, man, no. I'm a nice guy. I'm a nice guy.
When did that happen?
Well, here, the thing is, you guys, like, the top division, bro, we all fucking know each other. We train with each other. We all fucking know each other. So it's like, it just fucking is what it is, man. But yeah, no, I'm happy with the boo. I don't really know much about the guy. Do you have any pointers for me?
Not a lot. He's got some power. You know, big guy. I mean, nothing you haven't seen before.
Is he a German or is he a Daggy?
He's a Russian that I believe lives and trains in Germany at times.
Okay, so he's not a German.
Yeah.
Does he have German citizenship?
Now that I don't know. He might have dual passports.
It makes me laugh, dude. Like, so all these stupid fucking Germans, right? Fucking, they lost their nuts after 1948 or 1950, whatever year that happened. All these fucking Germans, like, are on my fucking Twitter posting their fucking flag of every war they've ever fucking lost, you fucking weak fucks. You guys have never done anything fucking impressive. The only thing you guys ever done is fucking lose. But anyways.
You're not going to call out anybody at middleweight.
Say what?
You'll call out an entire nation, but you won't call out fellow
Well, you know, it is what it is. But all these stupid fucking Germans, bro, after they gave away their fucking country, bunch of losers. So these stupid fucking Germans, they're always posting, like, German flags on my shit. Like, I'm like, you motherfuckers understand, this man ain't German. Like, are you representing fucking Dagestan, Russia? Like, what the fuck are you representing? This man ain't a fucking German. Shut the fuck up, you fucking idiots.
All right, so how did you end up training for this gentleman, knowing nothing about him, not worrying about his game? Do you do anything specific that's too, beat for him, or is it just kind of normal routine?
Oh, fuck, dude. Normal routine. I I don't know, man. He has like a big loop punches. So here's the thing about him. He fought Saudi Sai. Saudi Sai's the fucking man. He just got that badass highlight knockout. I recommend you guys watch it. But he fought Saudi Sai when Saudi wasn't very good, and Saudi gave him a run for his money. So, and now Saudi would fucking walk through him. So, I mean, I have a good understanding of him. Big punches. He likes to wrestle occasionally. You know, fucking, he's a guy. Abu from Aladdin.
Last thing for me, I know you said money's right, you'll fight anybody, but here, I mean, you're kind of doing a favor, right? You're fighting the unranked guy when you don't have to do that. Do you make any demands after this and say, hey, don't put me in that situation again, now I deserve something up here or anything like that?
I mean, if the money is right, you guys, if they fucking, I'll fight anybody with the money is right. So, I mean, I would like to fight fucking Izzy. You know, I think I think Whitaker's going to fuck Dricus up. I think we all know that. That's kind of like a fight-wise that's happening. Dricus fought Brunson. Is Brunson retired yet? No, he's not retired yet. I mean, Brunson. When's the last time you've seen a top 10 guy quit on the stool? Have you ever seen that? You don't see that shit. So it's kind of embarrassing that Dricus gets, you know, a potential shot. But, you know, Izzy, the true Chinese, they probably want to bring a real African back to the championship. Hey, can you guys believe that shit? Is that real when he says, look at the color of my skin? Did that really happen? Is that real? Yeah, no. You know what I'm talking about. You fucking know, you GQ motherfucker. Did that really happen?
I believe, yeah, when he was fighting in China regularly, he said he felt like he was a representative of that.
Yeah, so this fucking clown, this fucking loser, bro. They need to revoke your black card, bro. I don't even look at you like a black man. I look at you like the fucking Chinese. This fucking asshole, bro. No, this is real talk, bro. I don't know how Izzy goes and hangs out with his black buddies and like represents Africa because, dude, you're fucking a clown. So this motherfucker, dude, for you, because you haven't seen it, there's a skit of him saying, look at my skin color. You might think I'm a black man from Africa. I'm wrong. I'm from China.
I don't think he brought up skin color. I think it was just nationality.
Whatever the fuck it was, dude. Whatever the fuck.
I didn't remember that part of it.
But either way, guys, I'm not I don't fucking know these things, but yeah. So I guess they want a Chinese versus an African champion this time. Yeah, fucking revoke that man's black card.
Do you think if you do win and, you know, Rob wins again, they will pick you? Because I think obviously Israel wants to fight new guys, and the third time with Rob again in Sydney, in Australia, you think they maybe want to try something different?
I mean, it's just a fun fight, man. It's just a fun fucking fight, you know? It's like you take Abu. Who the fuck is Abu? Let's just say Abu knocks me the fuck out, and he becomes a champion. Who the fuck is Abu? Do you really want Abu as a fucking champion contender? Does that guy even fucking speak English? He speaks English? A little bit? Okay, well, there we go, man. I don't know. I barely speak fucking English. But yeah, dude, fucking, you know, like, man can't fight during fucking Ramadan and shit, you know? But fucking, yeah, man, I mean, I deserve a shot, you guys. Let's make it happen. Worst case scenario, dude, is, you know, fight in the fucking parking lot, because that shit needs to happen.
What was it like training with Alex Pereira?
Oh, dude, Alex is a man. Quick word from my sponsors.
But is it when you sparred with him, just curiously, when you sparred with him, did you think like, oh, this is where I fucked up in that fight, or oh, this is what I would do different in a rematch, or is it?
No, fuck no, I'd kickbox the guy again. You know, it's funny. I was sparring him, and like, dude, I did well. I thought I won most rounds, but every round he hit me with at least one punch where I'm like, I don't know how that would have felt with a 4-ounce glove. So the thing is, you guys, I'm fucking dumb. I'm like a fucking dog with a bone, dude. I get like, if you tell me I'm a bitch and I can't do something, I'm gonna fucking do it. I'm gonna fucking do it. So like, if me and Alex were to fight, what would happen is someone would say, oh, you're gonna stand up and bang with him again? I'd be like, fuck you and fuck him. I'm gonna fucking bang with him, and I'll probably get knocked out again. But yeah, he's a good dude. He's all offense, no defense, all power. Yeah, a really solid fucking guy. You know, like Brazilians, man, they have like this old school, like America, you guys, we're all a bunch of degenerate fucks. You know, like I was talking to one guy, like I was joking about, you know, growing up and my dad fucking snorting oxys off the table and my mom trying to bang somebody, you know. And this foreigner comes up to me, he's a UFC guy, he's like, Sean, why would you disrespect yourself like that? I'm like, dude, do you know Americans? We are so royally fucked. Like, we have so much fucking degeneracy in our, like, who we are. I can't even pretend not to be a white trash motherfucker. I look in the mirror and I wear a suit, and I just think all the bad shit I've done, all the bad shit I've seen. I'm like, what are you fucking doing, you loser? So, forwarding to these fucking dirty Brazilians, it was nice, man. They have, like, a good community. They fucking barbecue. They hang out. You know, it was some good, wholesome shit, man. Americans, we need to go back to, like, taking women out of the workforce. And maybe that's where we fucked up, you guys. We let women vote. No offense, but let me I want to tell you guys something. Think about America prior to women voting. They try to ban alcohol. I don't even drink, but I'm not trying to ban alcohol. So what you did, man, you let these women come in the workforce. Now we make less money. You got kids raising themselves on fucking TikTok. We need to go back to like 1942, you know, especially after, you know, maybe 1958 after we fucked up the Germans. We need to put women back in the kitchen. We need to take fucking, only one man needs to be working. So I think as a collective man group, we need to elect somebody that's going to put women back in the kitchen, put one man working, raise the wages, and build a fucking wall.
Have you ever thought about going to therapy, Sean?
For what?
Just you talk about your dad and your background. I'm curious if you ever thought about going to therapy.
I don't know, man. Did you have good parents? Did no one touch you growing up?
Well, as try as I might know.
Oh, sure. I was checking. No, man. You know, the problem with therapy, I think they would just convince me to, like, fucking start killing everybody. I would already imagine if I went to therapy and, like, let's unpack some of your issues. And as I start uncovering these buried bad dreams I had, and I start realizing these bad dreams are real life, I'm like, fuck, I'm grabbing my gun. You're right, Doc. Kill these motherfuckers. But yeah, no, I'm a good dude. I'm a good solid motherfucker. I don't know, man. I don't know. Anybody else?
Sean, right here. I want to go back to your training real quick. How was training with Johnny the other day?
Johnny.
The person that finally showed up?
Oh, fucking Johnny, dude. Johnny's the man, dude. Let me tell you guys. I got solid fucking fans, and you guys are all half retarded, which I respect. So I'm walking, you know, I'm doing normal guy shit walking, and fucking this guy stops and comes up to me. Now I go to grab my gun because I'm thinking, why is this motherfucker coming up to me? Dash Uber driver or some shit, and he starts shadowboxing me, telling me how he's fucked up all these Russians. So me being the fucking good guy that I am, I'm like, dude, well, if you got some moves, come to the gym. And the motherfucker showed up. Like, it was awkward. You ever hit on a fat girl online, right? Maybe every now and then you run into this fat girl and you're like, oh man, you're extra fat in person, like, and you try to just forget about all of that. And you try to deflect. So that was like my fat girl in person situation. So I ran this motherfucker. Yeah, he showed up. He sparred. He brought it too. He hit me like once. So that was motherfucker. Yeah, Johnny's a good guy. You guys need to be more like Johnny. But I don't know, what's your name, dude, with the gold watch?
Oscar.
Oscar's your name? What the fuck, dude? Aren't you, like, English?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a gay name for an Englishman.
It's been 12 minutes before you started, and we finally got to gay.
Dude, listen, I love the fucking gays, all right? Calm down. I don't hate your fucking life choices. I don't hate your fucking husband. But anyways, I'm not a huge fan of the trannies. But anyways, yeah, man, this Oscar kickboxes. I mean, he's not very good, but he does it. So yeah, dude, I don't know about you, man, but once you finally get some hair on your nutsack, you should probably start kickboxing. You train at all? How old are you?
19.
What organization? What do you report on?
UNLV TV.
Oh, UNLV TV. This guy has all the pussy, dude. Not allowed to say that. You got a girlfriend, bro?
No, sir.
You slaying the pussy at UNLV?
I'm minding my business.
Oh, this motherfucker don't slay the pussy, dude. But anyways, dude, maybe you start training, you know, grow a little bit of hair on your nuts, fix your fucking hair, and you'll start getting that UNLV pussy. I already know this motherfucker. Once he hits like 28, he's gonna try to go slay that UNLV pussy. Dude, you gotta do it now, bro. Do it now.
Sean, did you ever think before or even after your motorcycle accident that you would be fighting in your 5th main event?
Oh, man. You know, I'm not a huge fan of planning. I just kind of do this shit as I go. Just ask the IRS. You know, I'm just doing this shit as I go. So, I don't know, man. After my motorcycle accident was hard, you know, like, cause really, like, I was fucking poor. You know, I California just fucking took their taxes I owed them. I couldn't pay them, you guys. I had a choice, pay my taxes or fucking, go broke. So it was a weird time, man. I was looking at like different jobs, like what can I fucking do? And yeah, it was weird. Here we are though, right? Here we are talking to you fine people.
We haven't heard much from Dale Brown after you challenged him to fight out in the desert.
Bro, fucking Dale Brown. I would kill that fucking man. Like, how does it, like, we can all agree that he's a fraud. Are there any, I know you in the back, you might be a Dale Brown, fucking, what's your name?
I'm Wyatt.
Wyatt, that's a good American name. Wyatt, I like that. What? Yeah, are you a fan of Dale Brown there, Wyatt?
I don't even know who that is.
Okay, there we go. Fucking, maybe whenever Dale Brown gets on the TikToker, you'll know who he is. But nah, dude, he's just a fucking piece of shit, dude. It's actually funny enough, dude. He has this like white wife, very, like very. He's with a white woman. Every black man's dream. Chris Curtis, I'm proud of you, buddy. Chris Curtis, by the way, he's just having a new baby. So, maybe we could start maybe we could give Kurt some gifts or something. So, anyways, I think his wife knows she's full of shit, and I think that he is legit. I think he really believes it, because I'm sitting there at the gun store talking shit to him, like kind of talking shit to him, but like pumping him up, like, oh, that's so cool. And his wife is giving me this evil eye, like this evil look. And I'm like, so I think she knows that he's a fucking fraud and he's full of shit, and I think he just truly believes it. Yeah, his wife's a real fucking cunt though. Like his wife, bro, like she has like I'm a fucking cunt written all over her face. Have you guys ever met her wife? Next time you meet her, you're like, oh, this girl's a fucking cunt. Cunt's a great word, by the way.
Finally, for me, what do you think of Jared Cannonier's performance over Marvin?
Oh, man, Marvin, dude. Marvin's on that short bus. Well, I said beat Marvin, but no, here's the thing about Marvin, you guys. I always say Marvin's dumb, but he's not dumb. Like, he's not stupid. Like, the man could probably count, I think. He probably counts better than me, dude. I fucking dropped out of elementary school. I mean, I was homeschooled, but whatever, man. That still counts. As you can see, my social skills, I'm learning as I go. So fucking Marvin, dude, like, he's just fucking stupid, dude. Where, like, the moment he puts, like, there's a coach, man, I'm gonna fucking, you guys are really getting me to go here. I'm gonna fucking do it. There's this coach, what the fuck's his name? Dewey fucking Cooper. And I like Dewey Cooper. I think Dewey Cooper is a stand-up fucking guy. He's a great guy. But like Dewey Cooper, man, like this fucking guy, Marvin went to Vegas, and I wanted Marvin to come to Vegas so bad. And then right when he got to Vegas, he got in bed with Dewey Cooper. I don't know if you guys follow Dewey Cooper, but Dewey Cooper is like the TikTok coach. He's a guy that's like, all right, guys, I'm going to have a speech. Everybody settle down. Give me a camera. Like, he wasn't a great kickboxer. Man, I'm going to fucking have to fight this guy when I see him now. I'm going to see this guy in the gym and me and him are fucking fighting. He wasn't a great kickboxer. He wasn't good at all. I mean, if you look at his record, it's all fucking red. But for some reason, this fucking man has a stable of fighters. And he's like a glorified cardio kickboxing coach. And I just don't understand how and this is what I'm fucking talking about with you Instagram fucks and you TikTok or you younger generation. Like, it's so easy to be a fucking fraudulent motherfucker. So the issue with Marvin is he went to Dewey Cooper's cardio kickboxing, and he's just been smashing pads. He's not getting better. He's not improving. He's not like, Marvin needs someone to break him down, to bring out the fucking coloring book, to say, all right, Marvin, this is what you got to do. And I really think that after this fight, maybe he sees a light and now he just goes full-time extreme, because he's not an extreme fighter. He may spar with us once or twice, but he's not an extreme fighter. And the moment he finally sacks the fuck up and puts somebody in a position of authority, and Marvin's the kind of guy, like, I don't need to put people in authority to me. I don't need a coach. I like Eric. He's a stand-up fucking guy. He's a good leader. But Marvin's the kind of guy, dude, that he needs to worship you. He needs to be like you are in a position of authority. So, in conclusion to this fucking rant, I know Marvin got a little beat up, but in conclusion, I think there's a bright future for Marvin. I think he just needs to have a better leadership, and he works his fucking ass off. If you told Marvin to stand on this stage with 1 foot and he'll win a fight for a week, motherfucker would stand there on one leg. So I think he has a bright future. He just needs the better people driving the short bus, because as of now, the short bus driver also belongs on the short bus.
Is a podcast with Marvin Vettori still something you're willing to pursue?
Dude, you know, funny thing about Marvin, dude, me and Marvin been in so many fights. He's always angry at me. I don't know why. I'm the nicest fucking guy, dude. So Marvin's gonna watch this and be like, well, fuck you, Sean. And, you know, I would like to give him there. We might have a fight on the podcast. But again, I like Marvin. We're gonna do the right things, dude. We're all gonna do the right fucking things. I like your mustache, by the way, dude. That's a good looking mustache.
I have a question for you about the Shaylee Lip thing that you put on Instagram. I was wondering...
Shaylee, who?
The fighter that died that Dana mentioned.
Oh, I'm just looking at that cock broom on your face.
I was wondering...
Continue.
I was wondering...
Have you ever asked a woman for a mustache ride? Don't fucking lie to me.
No.
You fucking loser. How do you have a cock broom like that and not ask for one mustache ride? This motherfucker, dude.
Why did you decide that you wanted to talk about her career in that and not just about the posting of
So, here's the thing, you guys. She was hot, right? She posted a picture of her laying on bed with her ass out. I liked it. I mean, I've kind of felt guilty for liking it, but I fucking liked it, you know? The only reason why people posted her, again, what Dana did, honorable motherfucker. Dana seen it, it got posted to her, and Dana's like, I'm going to do the right fucking thing. So I respect Dana for doing that. But then you have all these bandwagon fucking idiots, dude. They go and they look at this little white girl's Instagram. Meanwhile, let's set the stage. A Brazilian fighter got hit by a fucking bus and died. No one gave a fuck about that guy. When I read it, I was like, God damn, dude, if you can't dodge a bus, that's why you're not in the UFC. That was my first joke when I read that, and I stand by it. It's fucking hilarious. But the only reason why these fucking assholes post, Buckley post, all these guys post, is because she was a hot, young, white woman with a shitty amateur record. And just all you guys saying, I know your name, fuck you. The only way you would know that girl's name is if you try to fucking slide in her DM. Shut the fuck up, you losers. And that's a fact. And if you don't like that, dude, then fucking, I don't know, man. Go fucking join Wyatt on TikTok.
There was a video that came out not too long ago of you sparring two guys at once. What went on when you guys thought about doing that?
That was actually Saturday. I was sparring each of them, and I said, you guys suck. Maybe if we spar both you guys together, it would be more fair. And they said, nah, fuck that. We're going to beat you up. I'm like, that's not happening. Those two guys were Juice, PFL, Chris Curtis, UFC. And it was good, man. Have you ever been in a fight before?
Yeah.
I mean, you're Mexican, bro. Where are you from?
I'm Colombian.
Colombian. Okay, there we go. Were you from Colombia?
Well, I was born in Miami Beach, but my family's from Bogota.
So are you Colombian?
Yeah, my whole family's Colombian. Yeah.
Okay, are you sure you're Colombian? What is Colombian? What is the ethnicity of Colombian? Is it just Colombian?
Hispanic.
So what you're saying is you're a fucking American. You're a fucking American with Hispanic roots. And if you're a fucking Colombian, get your ass back to fucking Colombia. And this is the problem with the fucking America, dude. And this is why it makes me so mad. You get these motherfuckers and you ask somebody like, oh, where are you from? You know, generic Mexican guy, Hispanic. He goes, I'm Mexican. No, motherfucker, you are not Mexican. You are a fucking American. You're a U.S. fucking citizen. If you don't even know your fucking nationality, get the fuck out of this country. Sorry. But again, you know, like Benil, he just fought. Like Benil, dude, I love Benil. Benil is from Iraq, Iran, some shithole Middle East country. Benil is the most American motherfucker. He will tell you, I'm a fucking American. I love freedom. I love fucking guns. I hate the IRS. So, like, you know, man, you are Hispanic. With you could say that I have Cuban descent. But yeah, this man knows how he looks like he knows how to fight. With those big ass fucking glasses, you better know how to fight. But yeah, no, it was just fun. It was a good time, you guys. Good fucking time. But how do you feel about that, dude? I mean, like, how do you feel about motherfuckers like coming to your? What are you, English? How do you feel about motherfuckers coming to your country and then, like, not even, like, they're citizens of your country and they're not even flying that fucking flag when they fight?
I don't really have an opinion on that, but I understand what you mean when Americans say, oh, I'm Irish. And it's like, well, your grandparents are Irish.
Yeah.
You're American.
But you know that one fucking fag from you guys, that one fag that you guys have, the fucking guy with the gay haircut, Patty. But, like, see, I'm not that guy. Like, he was giving that one guy shit for representing England. Motherfucker was like, he was from some shitty country, came to England, and he's representing English. He has an English flag, and I give that motherfucker props. Like, I'm not going to hate on you, dude. You go to a country and you represent that country, fucking hats off to you, man. So Patty was fucking wrong on that one. Yeah, guys, good chats.
And one last one. You mentioned Saudi UFC not too long ago. How has it been seeing how far he has come over the years?
Oh man, Saudi's a savage, bro. In the last, like, from when he first came to train with us to now, the guy I think could be a UFC champion. Like he's that legit. He's that fucking good, and I just fucking He works his ass off. He always spars me. Like he's just a good fucking solid guy. His wife just got pregnant too, so another million will make him another happy. So yeah, he's just a good fuck. He's one of those fucking guys, when you meet him, you're like, I want you to fucking win in life. I want you to fucking win. Yeah, good guy. Thank you. All right. Oh, good. All right, guys. Well, fucking have a good one. Wyatt, Cockbroom guy. Maybe you guys could link up afterwards and make a TikTok together. Have a good one, guys. Oh, fuck. Oh, man, Dewey's going to be fucking... No awkward that's going to be when I see that motherfucker. The good thing is he wasn't a good kickboxer, so, I mean, I have a leg up there.
Bishop, I know it's been a few months, but I just wanted to ask you about your UFC debut. I mean, it seemed like a perfect night. You and your brother, a bonus, a great win. Was that the greatest night of your career?
Já passaram-se alguns meses, mas assim mesmo a gente gostaria de perguntar como é que foi aquela grande vitória, uma vitória que todo mundo, que maneira de começar uma carreira no UFC. Melhor noite da tua vida?
Sim, acredito que foi a melhor vitória da minha vida, a mais bonita também. E ter feito aquilo ali na minha estreia, tô colhendo os resultados hoje, né? Até então já se passaram 6 meses e todo mundo ainda lembra.
Yes, I do believe that was the best victory of my life, an amazing night. It was so pretty as well, I mean, aesthetically. And it's amazing because I'm still reaping the benefits of it because it's been 6 months and everybody still remember.
Absolutely. It was a great night. I guess 6 months away, were you hoping to compete sooner, or was this the perfect time to maybe get a little rest and a little break?
E falando novamente nesses 6 meses, você achava que você ia competir antes disso ou realmente é bom dar esse descanso para o corpo?
Não, eu achei que ia competir antes, só que me ofereceram alguns adversários, eu aceitei a luta, só que eles não. Então, estava tendo um pouco de dificuldade para encontrar adversários.
Yeah, I thought I was going to be fighting earlier. They offered me a couple of fights, but the opponents didn't want to fight, so we were having a little bit of a difficulty to find an opponent.
Nice. You end up with Benoit Saint Denis. What do you think about him as an opponent, and what kind of challenge he presents?
E agora você acaba tendo que lutar contra um Benoit Saint Denis. Como é que você acha? Que você vê nele como oponente? O que você acha que desafio que ele traz para você?
Eu vejo que vai ser uma luta boa, vai ser uma luta dura, só que eu me vejo vencendo, eu vejo muita brecha no jogo dele, então acredito que vocês podem esperar mais um nocaute e, se der bobeira, uma finalização.
I see a good fight, I see a tough fight, I see, he's a strong fighter, but I do see a lot of loopholes there and opportunities for me, so you can expect this to be a knockout, perhaps even submitting him.
Nice. You set the level so high last time with your last performance. Is there pressure to kind of live up to the expectations of what you did last time?
Basicamente, depois do que você fez na tua primeira luta, a expectativa vai lá em cima, né? Tem uma pressão para para ter o mesmo tipo de performance que você teve?
Com certeza, da forma que eu estreiei, de uma forma impressionante. As pessoas esperam aquilo ou mais de mim, né? Então eu tenho uma pressão sobre mim, eu tenho que chegar sábado lá e dar o meu melhor, repetir o feito ou fazer melhor ainda.
Yeah, there's a bit of a pressure because when people see that, they expect you to do that and better. So I do have to actually watch. The pressure's on myself to actually go back there inside and just do it even better.
Last thing for me, I mean, you get a big win here. I know it's just your second fight in the UFC, but you had this amazing win streak, great performances. Where do you see your career progressing? How fast do you want to start getting into like ranked opponents and that sort of thing?
Digamos que, vamos lá, você ganha nesse sábado, o que vem daqui para frente? Você teve 2 vitórias, já começou a carreira no UFC. O que você pensa em termos de carreira para frente? Quando que você gostaria de lutar? Quando que você se vê, por exemplo, lutando contra um lutador ranqueado?
Eu acredito que, dependendo da minha performance nesse sábado, eu já queria enfrentar alguém ranqueado ou próximo ali do ranking, de estar entrando no ranking. Eu acho que eu vencendo, nocauteando, eu mereço enfrentar um top 15.
I think that with a good performance on Saturday, having another victory like that, I could be facing a ranked fighter or someone that's like very close to the to the rankings, and I do think I deserve a fight like that.
I know the focus is on this Saturday, but it looks like the UFC is targeting a return to Brazil in November, this time to Sao Paulo. Is that a card you would like to be a part of, or would you rather fight in a location you may have not fought in before?
Sei que tem o foco agora completo nessa luta no sábado, mas está se falando sobre uma volta para o Brasil no final do ano no Brasil. Dessa vez seria em São Paulo. É uma coisa que você gostaria de lutar, ou você gostaria de lutar, por exemplo, num lugar onde você nunca lutou?
Não, eu gostaria de lutar em São Paulo, em novembro. A gente sempre quer lutar dentro de casa, ali com o apoio da torcida, o apoio do público. Então eu prefiro, dependendo da minha performance agora, eu quero lutar em São Paulo e lutar com o top 15 da categoria.
Sao Paulo in November, definitely looking into that. As much as I like to be in other places, obviously, it's always a pleasure to actually fight at home, fight near where you are, and depending on my performance on Saturday, I would love to fight in Sao Paulo in November against a ranked opponent.
And you just mentioned the possibility of a ranked opponent. When you look at the current UFC lightweight rankings, is there a guy that stands out to you as maybe a target for you, or does it not matter to you?
E você falou, obviamente, da possibilidade de algumas vezes sobre um atleta ranqueado. Tem alguém dos leves que você olha e fala, poxa, esse nome aí me agrada. Algum nome pra gente?
Se eu não me engano, acabou de entrar no top 15 e após essa luta eu gostaria de lutar contra o Matt Frevola, Drew Dober, esses caras.
I think actually you just made it to top 15. Matt Frevola, perhaps Drew Dober, those guys.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay.
no, he's sticking his hand.
They just agree on.
Yeah, let's ask him.
Can you have this water? Oh, of course, yes. The thirst was very
All right. Well, obviously a big moment in your fighting career. What's the feeling like ahead of the UFC debut?
Большой момент в твоей карьере. Как ты себя чувствуешь перед своим дебютом в UFC?
Чувство bu kunni uzoq kutganman. Xudo xolasa tayyorgarliklarim yaxshi. Inshaalloh ertaga bo'yda chiroyli g'alaba qozonib, yaxshi harakat qilishga harakat qilamiz.
I've been waiting for this moment for a very long time. I'm ready for this fight. I cannot wait to show myself on Saturday.
40 plus fights into your career, did you ever get to the point that you thought this wouldn't happen for you?
Уже больше 40 профессиональных боев в твоей карьере. Ты когда-нибудь задумывался, что, может быть, этого не произойдет, может быть, я не дойду до UFC?
Buni niyat qilib kelganman, bir kun borib chiqaman deb harakat qilganman. Endi bir bo'ladi, bo'lmaydi degan xayolim o'tgan. Lekin inshaalloh yaxshi, Xudoga shukr, hozir bo'ldi.
Yeah, I mean, there have been moments like that when I thought, well, maybe this will never happen. And I thought, well, maybe it will, maybe it won't. And I knew that if I kept moving forward, I will make sure to get what I'm worth.
Right. And overall, an impressive career record, but lately I think 8 straight first-round finishes. What's been the key to the success lately?
В принципе, очень большая интересная карьера у тебя, но в последние 8 боев беспроигрышная. В чем ключ к твоим всем этим победам подряд?
Oxirgi jangimda 2019-yil yutqizganman, keyin bu yog'iga tayyorgarlikni yaxshi qilib, unaqa oldinga o'xshab tavakkalga chiqmadim. Tayyorgarlik ko'rib, keyin bo'yga chiqdim. Oldin ko'p zaminaga chiqardim. Shunda bir yutqizish bo'lib qolgan.
The last fight I lost was in 2019. After that, I changed my approach to training. I started training much harder. Started to make sure to look at my opponents and study my opponents. And because of the intensity of the training, because of the preparation, that is why I make sure to go on and get my victory.
I wonder, now that you're in the UFC, there were times in your career where you're fighting 12 and 13 times a year. Like, that's not going to happen in the UFC. Are you excited about not having to fight that frequently, or do you wish you could stay that busy?
Были моменты в твоей карьере, когда ты дрался 12-13 боев в год. Понятное дело, что в UFC этого не будет, ты так часто драться не будешь. Это для тебя хорошо, или ты хотел бы все-таки драться часто?
Inshaalloh bo'yda yutsam, sirazi bo'y so'rayman. Tez bo'y o'tkazishga harakat qilaman, Xudo xolasa.
if I get this win, I will ask for a fight right away. I want to fight actively. I want to fight a lot. I want to fight often. So we'll see what happens, and if I win, I will ask for the fight immediately.
Nice. Last thing for me, for a lot of people, this will be the first time they've ever seen you fight. You're opening up the main card. What can they expect to see from you?
Многие люди тебя увидят в клетке в первый раз. Чего им следует ожидать от тебя и от твоего стиля, от твоего боя?
Hayronman, endi main kartga qo'yilibdi. Xudo xolasa shunga munosib jang qilishga harakat qilaman, inshaalloh.
I'm surprised that I was put on a main card right away. It's a great surprise for myself, but I have to make sure that I show that I'm worthy of the main card. I'll show a good fight, and people will know me after this Saturday.
Welcome back, Damir. Last time out, didn't go your way. I know you're not used to losing fights very often, so I guess how difficult maybe was it to deal with that setback?
Добро пожаловать обратно. Знаем, что в прошлый раз не пошло по плану, но ты, в принципе, не привык проигрывать бой, поэтому насколько это на тебя каким-то образом повлияло и какое настроение сейчас?
Мы вернулись в Лас-Вегас, заглавное событие, соперник очередной борец, да, и это второй шанс. Это второй шанс, чтобы показать. Мы вернулись, чтобы вернуть долги в Вегасе.
We came back to Vegas. We once again have a co-main event. We have once again a wrestler against us. So we came back to pay our debts. I feel like we have some debts here, and we're gonna pay it this time around.
Very nice. We thought we might not get to see you compete again. There was a brief retirement. I guess what can you tell us about what happened and what made you able to return?
Мы не были уверены в том, будешь ли ты сражаться или нет. Там был небольшой момент того, что ты ушел из карьеры, оставил карьеру, потом вернулся. Что произошло, если можешь проговорить?
Да, это были такие жизненные семейные обстоятельства, по которым я хотел завершить карьеру, но позже, как прошло время, я отдохнул, был такой небольшой перерыв, и я понял, что не могу без этого, что бои – это мое. И я решил твердо вернуться и забрать свое.
Yeah, it was a life situation, a personal family type situation where I decided that maybe it was time for me to hang it up. But a little time passed and I realized that I cannot live without it. Fighting is what I do, fighting is my life. So I decided to come back stronger, come back and be doing what I'm supposed to be doing.
Very nice. So as you said, a wrestler again, is that almost, is that what you wanted? Did you want that stylistic matchup again just to prove a point?
Как ты уже сказал, опять очередной борец. Это то, чего ты хотел, чтобы твой соперник был борцом, чтобы ты доказал, что для тебя это не проблема? Или почему так получилось?
Я никогда не выбирал себе соперников. Мне дали, я согласился. Да, очередной борец-грэпплер, но я не принижаю свои навыки в борьбе. Я уверен в себе, и я знаю, что я могу размазать любого в этом легком дивизионе.
I never chose my opponents. This is who they gave me. This is who I accepted. Yes, it's once again a grappler, a wrestler, but I'm not saying that I don't have those skills or I'm not underestimating my own skills in grappling and wrestling. I'm ready. I'm going to come out. I'm here to smash him.
Has anything changed for you mentally or in your training since you did briefly walk away and then find your love for the sport again? Have you changed anything in your approach?
Что-нибудь ментально в тебе поменялось или в том, как ты готовишься, потому что сначала вроде бы как ты завершил, но потом ты опять нашел любовь к этому спорту. Что ты для себя понял в этот момент, пока тебя не было в спорте?
Я понял, что мне нужно развиваться. Нужно постоянно развиваться, нужно постоянно расти. И UFC, знаешь, это такая большая часть меня уже стала. Да, мне нравится здесь выступать. И у меня по контракту крайний бой, и я готов драться как в последний раз в своей жизни.
I realized that I need to continue to grow, continue to keep developing, to keep improving. You know, UFC has been part of my life for so long that I can't imagine my life without the UFC for now. So that's why I'm here, and this is the final fight in my contract. So I'm ready to fight like this is the last thing that I'm going to do in my life.
Assuming you get a big win here, I imagine a new contract would certainly come your way. What would you like to do next? I mean, are you, now that you are back in, are you eyeing a run to the title, or are there different goals for you?
Скорее всего, если ты победишь, то тебе дадут хороший новый контракт. Какие у тебя планы? Ты собираешься продвинуться и попытаться дойти до титульной гонки, или какие планы на будущее с новым контрактом?
Я собираюсь зачистить легкий дивизион. Я считаю, что я по-прежнему опасный, и я хочу размазать всех топ-10, топ-5.
My goal is to clean out the lightweight division. Sorry, my goal is to clean out the lightweight division. I think that I'm dangerous. I think that I'm a good fighter. I think that I can stand against anybody in this division. So my goal is to make sure that they know that I'm here where I belong.
Damir, about a month ago you had said, quote, "Debts must be paid back, all or nothing. Chance to prove what I can do to wrestlers when I'm 100%," end quote. And you already touched on that debts must be paid back. Since you say you are 100%, when was the last time you felt that good? And also, why do you put so much emphasis on the magnitude of this fight? Is it your health, the final fight in your contract, a challenge?
Недавно ты сказал то, что ты уже повторил, что долги должны быть оплачены, и вы посмотрите, на что я способен против рестлера, против грэпплера, когда я на 100%. Ты уже сказал, что у тебя будет сейчас боец, который против тебя стоит, который грэпплер. Ты сказал, что ты себя хорошо чувствуешь, ты сказал, что ты вернулся на 100%. Почему ты так много ставишь на кон сейчас? Это то, что это твой последний бой в UFC, или то, что у тебя опять соперник грэпплер? Почему именно этот бой, на нем так много стоит для тебя?
Я не люблю проигрывать. Я долгое время не проигрывал. Да, в прошлый раз в Вегасе, к сожалению, да, я потерпел поражение, но я вернулся в соглавное событие турнира, вернулся вновь с очередным борцом и готов доказать не только всем фанатам UFC, но и самому себе, что я готов на большее, я могу больше.
I don't like to lose. This is not something that I like to do. Last time I was in Vegas, it just happened so that I lost. What I did is I returned now. Once again, I have a co-main event. Once again, I have a wrestler in front of me. So I want to prove to all of the UFC fans, and not just to the UFC fans, but to myself as well, that I'm back, that I'm better than I was before, and that there's bigger things ahead of me.
You use this illustration of a trampoline when talking about bouncing back after your last loss. What are some of those focuses heading into this fight and technicality-wise?
Ты говорил, что это будет как трамплин для тебя, что ты вернешься после того проигрыша и в победную серию опять вернешься. Над какими навыками ты работал, над чем ты работал, чтобы приблизиться опять к выигрышной серии?
Да, я поработал над своими аспектами борьбы, над своими навыками, усилил свои слабые стороны, но и также продолжал развивать свои сильные стороны. Поэтому в этом бою я могу как и бороться, так и бить. В любом случае я бы хотел драться, конечно, с ударниками. Это будет ярко и можно забрать бонус. Знаете, я как Ломаченко в боксе, только в ММА.
I learned from my mistakes. What I did is I made sure to work on my wrestling defense. I worked on my weaknesses, but I also developed my strengths, things that I'm really good at. So I'm ready to go to stand up, or I'm ready to wrestle. Really, I would love to fight against stand-up fighters in the UFC, because that could be a fun fight, an interesting fun, a fiery fight, and I could get my bonus. Really, I'm like Lomachenko, except he's in boxing and I'm in MMA.
Looking at your Instagram, you had posted a photo of a Cadillac and referencing how back when you were in high school, you had a car that looked similar to it. If things go your way on Saturday, are you going to go in and buy that car?
На Инстаграме у тебя есть фотка Кадиллака, и ты говорил там, что когда ты был в школе, у тебя была примерно такая же машина, когда ты был помладше. Если ты выиграешь сейчас, получишь бонус, ты купишь себе Кадиллак?
Да, возможно, я куплю себе этот Кадиллак.
Yeah, likely I will buy that Cadillac.
Awesome, thank you.
You mentioned your goal of cleaning out the lightweight division and that you would like to fight stand-up fighters. If you win on Saturday, is there a specific name that you would like to take out next?
Ты сказал, что ты хочешь зачистить легкий дивизион, ты сказал, что ты хочешь биться против бойцов, которые в стойке бьются. Если ты победишь в субботу, есть ли имя, которое ты хочешь назвать, кого ты хочешь вызвать на следующий бой?
Да, я бы хотел подраться с Гейджи.
Yeah, I'd love to fight Gaethje.
What interests you most about Justin Gaethje?
Почему именно с ним? Что тебе в нем интересно?
Гейджи считают самым опасным ударником в легком дивизионе. Он говорит, что он гангстер, но я готов поиграться с ним как с котенком. Он узнает казахскую школу бокса, он увидит это, и он даже не будет видеть удары, поэтому это легкий бой для меня.
Gaethje is considered to be one of the best strikers in lightweight division. He thinks that he's one of the best. But if I get to fight against him, I'll play with him like a little kitten. I'll show him what a Kazakh school of boxing is like. It's the easy fight for me.
And last one for me, you mentioned your similarities to Lomachenko. What did you make of Lomachenko versus Devin Haney?
Ты говорил, что ты похож на Ломаченко в твоем стиле. Что тебе, как тебе бой, который последний прошел с Ломаченко, с Хелли?
К сожалению, я только смотрел отрезки с этого боя. Я был занят подготовкой, поэтому я не видел этот бой. Но я всегда следил за его карьерой, и мне нравится. Нравится его ум, нравится его передвижение, нравится его мышление. В бою, я считаю, выигрывает ум, а не физическая сила.
Unfortunately, I wasn't training at the time, so I only saw the highlights of the fight. But really, I like his IQ in the fight. I like his movement in the fight. I like his style in the fight. And I think that it's the mind that wins fights, not actually strength.
Thank you.